our history. We extend our warmest congratulations to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on his inauguration and swearing in for a new term of leadership. We wish him continued strength, wisdom, and success in serving the nation. Congratulations, Your Excellency.
The Presidential Initiative on Banana Industry Development, PIBID, Banana Industry Research and Development Center, BIRDC, extends its warmest and most heartfelt congratulations to His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni upon his swearing in for a historic 7th term as President of the Republic of Uganda. As a flagship government initiative driving agro-industrial transformation, value addition and enterprise development, PIBID or BIRDC reaffirms its unwavering commitment to advancing Your Excellency's vision of a transformed, industrialized and self-sustaining Uganda. We remain fully dedicated to promoting banana industrialization as a catalyst for inclusive economic growth, job creation, food and nutrition security, export development, and socio-economic empowerment across communities. Through innovation, research, commercialization, and strategic partnerships, we shall continue to contribute to national development priorities and wealth creation. Your Excellency, as you embark on the new chapter of leadership, we wish you continued good health, wisdom, and success in steering Uganda toward greater prosperity, resilience, and shared progress. For God and my country, Reverend Professor Florence I. Muranga, Director General, PIBID or BIRDC, Secretary, BMC, PIBID, Secretary, PSCAID, Ambassador for Global Women in Finance Leadership, AGCC, Nutrition Ambassador for the Uganda Olympic Committee, UOC, CGU.
As the ruling National Resistance Movement embarks on a 5-year implementation of its manifesto under the theme Protecting the Gains, the party has outlined policy commitments intended to guide national development over the next 5 years. Party officials say the manifesto provides a structured roadmap for Uganda's development. Retired Major Paul Awich says the document is informed by extensive research into the country's key challenges, guided by the National Development Plan, lessons from previous manifesto, and best practices from other countries.
Is the research done in the country? First, the development goals as enshrined in the National Development Plan. Okay. 2, the research is what shows indicators of challenges in the country. 3, international obligations that Uganda would have taken. 4, the balance that remained in the previous manifesto.
Major Paul Awich says poverty reduction, education, infrastructure development, unemployment, industrialization and regional integration emerged as key focus areas during the research process, noting that these priorities align with the national development goals and are expected to drive the country's progress.
It's research done, indicators. There are several research which is always done, like indicators of poverty, indicators of education, indicators of this. Those indicators informs the manifesto as to how far we have gone, where are we lagging in, and what we need to consolidate.
However, political analysts question that success of the manifesto will largely depend on leadership and execution. Professor Rogers Badigayomwe says that while the manifesto is strong on paper, President Yoweri Museveni will need to appoint a technocratic cabinet capable of delivering results rather than relying on political loyalty alone.
If the technocrats are not appointed, if we see a cabinet of fishermen, definitely they cannot take up these big projects which were promised in the NRM manifesto.
Veteran politician Captain Francis Babu shares a similar view, saying that appointed officials should be selected on the basis of competence and given adequate authority to effectively execute their mandate rather than being chosen for political appeasement.
People have to have at least a background of some sort of experience to be trained, to be able to be ministers. For example, you must have an experience and integrity. In fact, your character becomes more important than even your qualifications. The qualifications are required, but the character makes you a better person. And it's that character I interview more than interviewing whether you have a PhD or master's. But what is your character?
Anis further cautioned that financing the manifesto's wide-ranging commitments could prove challenging, citing external economic pressures and concerns over potential strain in relations with donors and development partners. NRM leaders, however, maintain that President Museveni is aware of these risks and has factored them into the party's planning.
And given that where we are going, as a country, we are likely to face sanctions from other countries, like we've seen already the European Union.
So people should relax, because the manifesto drafting envisage the revenue that will fund this.
Captain Francis Babu also acknowledges that funding remains a potential constraint, noting that maintaining economic stability will be critical to the successful delivery of the manifesto's goals.
The most important part in the whole program is the economy. Where does the money come from? How do you spend it? What are the important things? What are your priorities?
The NRM manifesto is structured around 7 key pillars: peace and security, development, wealth creation, education, job creation, industrialization.
That certainly is a conversation we're having. Good morning, Uganda. In case you're just joining us, you are watching the special broadcast of the swearing in that is certainly happening at Kololo, bringing you details of that. But equally, what is happening across the country, what the expectations of the people are about their future after this particular oath with the manifesto that the NRM did roll out. I am with Samson Kasumba. It is finally here, 12th of May.
It's definitely finally here. Talking cabinet of fishermen, one would wonder who is the Simon Peter, that person that is eager and wanting to who would be then John, who would be Andrew, who would be Judas? Those are the questions that will be going on. Perhaps the lot of Judas will be falling to Agnes Nandutu, who has ended up in prison. Who will be the next Judas is the question we should be asking.
It is quite the question, but also the fact that whereas we're talking about the loyalties, the fisherman cabinet,
yes,
we also have the technocrats. If you bring the technocrats, but the political will still influences technocrats, will we still succeed?
Those will be the PSS, and there is a very, very good one happening out there in the Ministry of Finance. But we want to know, how is Tororo going to approach these things? But for now, as Tororo continues to be on the ice, let's go to Soroti. I do like Soroti, you obviously know that, and Eddie Anuru is here in the picture. Soroti never looked like that in 1986, and certainly those street lights must be of this particular term that we are finishing. Eddie Anuru.
Like this before, when I was growing up, I have pictures of this very market, and if you see behind there, there's a additional building for the market right over there. Years ago, Soroti never looked like this, but of course, this is what the government has brought in here. But I would just want to take you a little bit on what happened during campaigns. Certainly, the massive crowds that we saw in all the district of Teso sub-region translated into the voting that we have seen. We have seen NRM getting about 72% in the Teso sub-region. That has never happened. When you talk about Soroti City used to get below, NRM used to get below 32%, and this time around we have seen Soroti City voting President Yoweri Museveni and President getting 67% in the city. Now, this is what tells you where people have shifted to. People shifted from the opposition now to trust the party NRM. But this is all what I can tell you. There are a lot of expectations, of course, that people of Teso are expecting from this new government coming in. I've showed you what the government, the fishing government that is outgoing has done. There's also a lot to talk about the projects. But industrialization, roads, poor roads, there are a number of roads that people of Teso are expecting this a new government coming in that will be sworn in today to tackle. And of course, that's a key priority. And also, when I talk about compensation, I told you, Samson, people of Teso are waiting for their money to enter into their phones, as the government says. The 5 cows per household, there's a lot that people just are expecting to do with these monies, these cows that the government has promised the people of Teso to. So this is what they expect. this new government will kick off with as they soar into the infrastructure, employment, the number of youth that are loitering around, and that they expect this new government to put industries in the Soroti News Hub that has been there for years. Samson, there's a lot, but for now, let me return back to you at the Political Command Center. More will be doing in a subsequent bulletin, Samson.
Thank you very much, Eddie Enuru there. I also see Joseph Omagol lining himself there. But in this particular one, we do know that that is pictures in Kororo, and the flags have certainly arrived at the parade, the pallbearers. Though that particular assignment is not one for those who are challenged by height. They look for the tallest of soldiers, and they are the ones who get that assignment. Technically, if I had been in the military with my height, I think I'm also elite. I think Alan Kasuja would have done a very good job out there, looking at the pallbearers, if you may, at Kororo. Once those get to the parade, you know that you are in the thick of things.
Absolutely.
And looking at how the parade was doing its rehearsals, the CDF was very particular on getting things right there, and it is protecting the gains. And now we want to see how are the gains being protected in. There's a difference between Arua and Arua.
We'll get into that. Joseph Omago will certainly be sharing with us with that pictures earlier of the Color Party's arrival at Kololo right there. But we now want to switch to Joseph Omago. A very good morning. It is Inauguration Day. What does that look like for the people of Arua this morning?
Thank you very much. A very good morning to you. And I think as Samson said there, if he was in the army, indeed there are signs. And here in West Nile, there were signs that the president would have a resounding victory in the 2026 elections. Because in the 10 districts that I actually followed him and covered his campaign, the number of people who came out to show support and also pay allegiance to the NRM party in general was massive. I can tell you that initially in the districts of Terego, in the districts of Yumbe, Moyo, there had been uncertainty in the previous years because of the presence of rebel groups previously in these districts, and the party did not have a lot of support in these specific districts. But in the 2026 campaigns coming into the elections, there was a lot of support. And I think this is down to the fact that people here know what it means to enjoy peace. Most of them were refugees in South Sudan. Most of them were refugees in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And now when the NRM government, under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, came in and settled this place, there was support that initially came in, and of course it was given to the president. That's why we saw the president receiving a lot of victory, and for the win percentage here was very high. But also now looking at the future, expectations are restocking of this region, positions in the higher cabinet, positions, maybe ministerial positions, because we have a few ministers here who are all state. And then, of course, as well, the issue of development, ensuring that Arua City enjoys development that is befitting of a city next to two big countries. I think basically that is it briefly for us here in West Nile, but there's a lot more. Maybe we can talk about this in our subsequent bulletins. Back to you at the Political Command Center.
Of Omago, many thanks. Quite the weather too for this day in the areas of Arua.
The weather is very kind. 5 years ago, there was a bit of a shower the day before. And talking Kalapate there is Chibozibozi. When we were growing up, there was this whole idea that Amina had run away with the only piece of Kalapate that Uganda had, and therefore we have no government. But every generation has its own kinds of conversations. They look very, very neat.
Very neat.
But Shamim is very close to all this happening, the Kalapate. And Shamim is for us in Kororo, for us, for you, and for us here. Our responsibility is to get in touch with Shamim Nabakoza, who is in Kororo. Shamim, you are in Kororo. You see what we see. but you can see other things that are not in the frame of the picture. Give us a very good picture of what Kololo does look like. You've been to Kololo many times. Have you ever seen Kololo looking like this, Shamim? We are waiting for Shamim, who is in Kololo Independence Grounds. I was part of a parade in Kololo, and I'll tell you about that story many years ago. I led the marching group from my Nakasero Primary School. Those are many years ago. But now, Shamim is in Kololo. Shamim, have you ever seen Kololo looking like this?
Samson, I must acknowledge indeed that Kololo looks splendid and it looks totally different. It's not the ordinary celebration day in Kololo, and I can tell you the pictures that you see particularly are those of the official chief guest of this particular honored day, the swearing in of the president. Those are the flags for Uganda and the actual flag of the state. What you can be able to see, the first one is a flag which will be handed to the president on the actual opportune time later on, but we can tell you that the delegates that you have not been able to see have arrived, except that not any head of state from any country that is visiting Uganda today has arrived. We have been able to see most of the cultural leaders arriving here. We have seen heads of institutions arriving at this place. We have seen supporters of NRM camped here since about 6 a.m. when we arrived at this particular place. The cars that you continue to see being guided in the background there are cars of heads of state, and I can tell you that at least one head of state seems to be arriving here, but we cannot be sure to tell you indeed who it is, but we shall be finding out about later on. We can also allow you get into what exactly will be happening later on when the president gets to be handed the powers to the tools of power, or the honors that will make him lead Uganda just away from the elections. The tent that you're able to see, which seems to host such a high pulpit with itself, is where the president will be given the 5 instruments of power for Uganda, which solidify him as a head of state for Uganda. You can be able to see that it's already prepared. That's not how it looked yesterday, but you can be able to see where indeed he will be handed the instruments of power, and also where the president-elect will give a speech after swearing in, or after being handed the 5 tools or the 5 instruments of power for Uganda. It's critical to note that indeed the parade has already formed, much as the dancers are the ones that are performing at this particular time. When you're able to see what ideally the parade looks like today, you'll tell that indeed the parade has been reducing from the time that we had celebrations of Heroes Day in the Busia district. That was about 2 years ago. That has entirely changed the scale of the parade that normally Uganda has for the different events. You can be able to see that you have about 4 different areas on which they are going to showcase the different armory areas and different areas. And so we can only be able to tell you in the studios that the event will be beginning in a few minutes from now, and the arrival of the different guests has intensified here. Back to you at the Political Command Center.
Shamim Nabakoza.
Absolutely. And the CDF has been particular on how meticulous the parade is. I heard him saying, no. One of the paratroopers must land right in front of the pavilion. And I think I've seen the growth of parades out there in Kololo. And you will want to wait for the parade today. There will be something of a proper parade, yes.
I was at Kololo yesterday for the final preparations and to just see for example, the commando drills that were happening, the paratroopers that are meant to do quite the showcase today. But you're also looking at the many dignitaries, some so that have already made it to the country. You have quite a list of heads of state that are already here. We have those that will be representing many other heads of state. And that's contextualize what the Uganda's diplomatic track record looks like, and who is endorsing this particular, ceremony, and what it means for the regional integration that the president-elect so passionately speaks about, and how that will then roll out in the next 5 years.
And Africa is looking here, and generally the world is looking at Uganda for the simple reason is that President Yoweri Museveni is a key component of this continent, and many people look to President Yoweri Museveni as far as experience of understanding the African continent is concerned. So if it is the European Union, if it is the Americans, we do know that a very, very senior envoy from the US government is attending the swearing in. That tells you our relations with the United States and where they are. Last time round, there was I think the largest delegation at the last swearing in were the Russians. I'm very sure the Russians will be into this. So China, Russia, the United States, the African continent, everyone is looking at this very senior African and what he has to offer in so many ways. I managed to have scattered a few years ago into the headquarters of the French Ministry of Defense, and the spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense, the French Minister of Defense, was telling us that if you want to do serious stuff in Africa, you must be in Uganda. That was being told to me in the headquarters of the French Minister of State. So don't you take this very lightly. And the gentleman and the experience that comes with President Yoweri Museveni taking the oath yet again for just about as little as the seventh time. He's taken this 7 times. And I mean, people do jobs for 3 years and they are tired and they've lost it. Well, he's done this for 40 years and still has fire for it. I think he needs to write a book about that.
Well, there have been many books. There have been many books that have been written, but also key to also understand is that we have quite a group of people that play very key roles at this particular swearing in, and many others that have come before that. And that is a select group of people that, for example, include the Vice President, Her Excellency, the retired Major Jessica Lupo, who will be conducting this as a master of ceremonies on this one, but very interesting, and many others that will be doing this, the likes of the Chief Justice, the first of
and talking about Her Excellency, the Vice President and the Chief Justice, one of the questions that's going to be very important is, what age was the Vice President when President Yoweri Museveni was swearing in 1986? And what age was the Chief Justice? These were very, very, we are around the same age. So the Her Excellency, the Vice President, was probably around 12 or 13 in 1986. And the Chief Justice also wasn't too far. But now they've grown. Talk about transition. Sheila Tusime should also be telling us where she was in 1986 when President Yoweri Museveni was swearing in.
We are definitely about to transition to Sheila Tusime to find out just who is at this place in Kololo and what the mood is in that particular case. But you did speak about that. We have many other. You look at the likes of Justice Simon Biawakama Mgenyi, who also has a very important role to play at today's ceremony right there, and that is quite the work. He did superintend, the whole exercise.
If you go back to the swearing in of 1986, people like General Kahindo Tafire was one of the people who were on the platform as President Yoweri Museveni took oath, and as well, I think the late General Rijema was also right there in the mix. The people who were on that dais as President Yoweri Museveni took his oath. The swearing in used to happen then at the steps of Parliament, so we've moved it from the steps of Parliament into Kororo, and that does look very well. And maybe let's turn to Mr. Rogers Mulindwa here, who is part of the infrastructure of the NRM political party. Mr. Rogers Mulindwa, I'd like to ask you, number one, where were you if you were on the surface. In 1986, as President Yoweri Museveni took the oath of allegiance on the steps of Parliament. Do you remember, had you left Luwero yet?
Thank you. I think I had not left Luwero. I did my primary leaving examinations in 1989. So by that time, I think I was on about 86. I was still a little boy. But I can still recall the story of the war because we could run from our village in Luwero, then we went somewhere close to Nakasongola. We kept moving with the parents there until I lost my father in the war. So I can still recall a few moments. Yeah, but most of the stories of the war, I have read them from papers.
From papers. And from your recollection, can you tell us some of the biggest things you have seen turning around other than your life? I mean, if you look at your life, a man moving around in an expensive 4x4, from the boy who had lost his dad, a lot has changed. You have a lot of gains to protect.
Yeah, exactly, yes. Because if I can look back at our time, every graduate came from Makerere University. Now people can say, recently my son was graduating with masters at UMI on Saturday when I hosted the Archbishop of the Adventist Church in this country, Pastor Samuel Kajoba. And people are saying, the ordinary people still have the feeling that every graduate comes from Makerere. But that was the talk of the time. Okay. But now we can say that this government has put up a public university in every sub-region.
We will come back to you in a bit, Mr. Mulindwa. Let's get to Sheila Tsime, who is in Kololo for us this morning. Sheila, a very good morning. You are in Kololo, and these things are not stranger to you. You know these things. You love these broadcasts. And I know you do have a guest for us this morning, Sheila.
Thank you very much, Samson Kasumba. Like you said, coming to you live from Kololo, the swearing-in ceremony for the president-elect of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. As we count down to his arrival here at Kololo, we have the parade set right there. We have the traditional dancers in the background. And joining me to speak about this day and what it means for them is Honorable Musa Echere. Honorable, thank you very much for joining us today. The day is finally here for the president to swear in. What does this mean to you? But also, what does it mean for NRM as a party?
First of all, we are here in Kololo in a merry mood. There's a lot of excitement by Ugandans, here in Kololo, and I'm sure also in the countryside because of what has happened. Peaceful elections. Unlike other countries where there is chaos after elections, here very peaceful. In the next 5 years, we are going to consolidate this peace. We are going to consolidate some of the gains that we have made and expand them, like for us in infrastructure, more roads, more airports, more railways, and that is our area. And then we are going to concentrate in income generation for the citizens of Uganda. Those three things, and Muse is against corruption. Corruption is going to be taken on head on. So we have every reason to celebrate continuity of what we have witnessed as a country. Very excited. You Ugandans out there, thank you. Congratulations for what you have done. It is our victory. We all made it.
How do you consolidate and bring in all those people that probably did not believe in the party and now they have seen that you've gotten to this day, the independent members of parliament? How do we bring them in to make sure that you move together?
I think the most important thing is every government survives and justifies its existence by rendering services. We are going to make sure the services that we deliver will be convincing. For example, when we do roads, when we do dams, when we do all these things that I have talked about, that are spelled out in the manifesto of His Excellency the President, this will make even those who doubted us to get persuaded to think, I think this is the direction to go. And the stability, today alone we are going to have close to about 30 heads of state and government here. It has never happened before. That is a vote of confidence to President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And that should send a message to everybody, from Kisoro to Karenga, from Koboko to Bukwa, that this is a president who does not only enjoy respect, is loved around the world. Is respected and loved around the world. And the love is because of the way he has managed to steer Uganda and also to try to bring together the East African community together and then the Pan-African spirit that he exposes so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for joining us. Now we continue, Samson, to give you the different updates here at the Kololo ceremonial grounds. We'll be speaking to different dignitaries that have come to attend this particular event. Over to you, Samson, at the Political Command Center.
Come back to you. You do look good for the occasion, and Kololo is already buzzing. The nation is in celebratory mood. I've seen a lot of people, a lot of chicken is going to lose life today, and a lot of goats will also end up with lost life for very good measure. And Ugandans do know how to put on a show. I've seen many shows, but I think also in terms of our putting on a show, we have grown, and we are very, very meticulous. I'll explain to you where this is coming from. Do you know where Canary is?
That is where we head to next. You did speak about chicken, and I can assure you we did have a presser about the different, chicken points. But we'll get into that conversation later. Let's now join Canary Mgume, who is also in Kololo. Canary, a very good morning. It's finally here. Let's speak about you with all the dignitaries that did happen to arrive in this country yesterday. What sense do you get in terms of their presence and what it means to this particular occasion?
And he is a bona fide chicken eater.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And of course, we're here live coming to you from Kololo, and a number of dignitaries have already arrived here, including diplomats and other heads of ministries, departments of government and agencies. But I'm now joined by the Attorney General, Chidyo Wachiwanuka, to just give us a feel of what his expectations are, but also let us in on what the priorities should be in the next 5 years of the NRM. Many thanks for joining me this morning. What are your expectations today? Many people always look forward to the speech of the president as he does swear in. What are your expectations? But then later on we can have a chat on what the 5 years priorities should be.
Well, I think as a country, as Uganda, we need to thank God that we've been able to go every 5 years. So we know exactly what is supposed to happen. The most important thing is that this is not just a symbolic, it's a constitutional issue that we are undertaking today, where we move from one country, one term of office to another, one presidency to another. So I think for me today, we expect to see the president receiving the instruments of power, as has been at the end of every 5 years. And that's the start of a new dawn, a new term in under the NRM government.
And the priorities for the next 5 years, of course, looking forward into growing the economy to $500 billion economy, but yet many people still feel like there's not money in the pocket. What should be priority for you as we enter this new 5-year term of the NRM?
I think the priorities, the president has already enumerated them in the manifesto for 2026-2031. First and most importantly, as always, is peace. Then number 2 is wealth creation, and that is translating the development into money in the pockets of the people. We've started with the president has started with the parish development model as one of the, but we know we have a Myoga, we have all these wealth creation models. But all these wealth creation models are determined by our ability to understand the concept of value addition, and that industrialization. So the agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals and oil and gas and services is the drive that we are going to be using to get the country into the 10-fold growth strategy. But I think the most important thing is to maintain, first of all, to keep what we have been able to hold on to over the last 40 years. And may be taken, the theme of this time is protecting the gains as we leap into, as we take the quantitative leap. But it's very important for us to understand that we need to keep, to protect what we have got. I expect that in this next term, the president is going to be very tough on the issue of corruption and managing the resources within the country. So I think that's where that's the expectation in this term, and I see it unfolding and shaping up in that direction.
And lastly, a little bit into your docket, when you talk about justice and then law, the rule of law, having been able to go through quite an election that we did in January 2026 this year, many want to get a feeling of there's going to be more of speeding up of delivery of justice. There's just a number of people who are still locked up in jails. What is the plan for the interim government this time around? Should we expect anything new?
I think for us in the justice sector, already a lot is being done in that space. One, as you can see, the courts are moving further out, so that should fasten the process of justice. Secondly, even as the players in the justice sector are spreading out into the country, the idea is, and as you know, not so long ago, the President ascended to the Magistrates Courts Act. All that increases the pecuniary jurisdiction of the court for the purpose, and not only the pecuniary, but other jurisdiction of the court, even criminal jurisdiction. The idea is to increase on the spread. So if I have a case in Nakasonga, I don't have to come to the district center. I can do it at the thing. So you're going to see a lot of that filtering down into the real activities that are happening in the justice sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chidiwa Chanka, the Attorney General. Let's look forward to the next 5 years and how that will turn out. Now, let's now link up to Sheila Tusime, who is also on standby here in Kololo to give us an update. Sheila, speak to us.
Thank you very much, Canary. And as we continue to interact with the different guests that have come for this particular ceremony, I am joined by Paul Amoro, who is the High Commissioner of Uganda to South Africa. Of course, Uganda works with the different countries for its stability, for its security, and also for economic reasons. And he will be here to attend this function today. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, we would like to know, what does this mean for us to get to this milestone in terms of the relationships we have, Uganda and South Africa? A lot of business going on. We have a lot of collaborations and partnerships between the two countries. To get to this milestone, how do we move forward from this as the two countries?
Thank you very much. I want to start by congratulating our President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and indeed Ugandans on this key milestone. From SADC, where I'm based, our embassy covers 6 countries: South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. And as I speak, we have representation from all those countries as a key statement, an endorsement of the President of Uganda, but also the role that Uganda has played historically to fight for an independent Africa. But now the new struggle is to deepen intra-African trade. And so Uganda is at the forefront, and for us in the diplomatic circles, it's what we are calling economic and commercial diplomacy. So as you mentioned, South Africa alone, which is a GDP of more than $420 billion, is interacting with our sectors, all the key sectors, from telecommunications to banking, insurance, agriculture. It has gone into mining and many other areas. So our presence here, especially as Ugandan diplomats abroad, first is to facilitate the countries that we represent. We ensure that they have engagements. There are many sideline engagements that started yesterday. Others will continue right after the inauguration today. And so the whole of Africa is celebrating with Uganda and wishing Uganda very well.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, Canary, over to you. What do you have for us from your end?
This very historic day, we are asking
Thank you very much, Sheila. I'm now joined by the Member of Parliament for Kazo County, Honorable Dan Chimosho. Honorable, many thanks for joining me this morning. The NRM government prides a lot in the parish development model, and I know there's been a lot of money that's been invested in the last couple of years, more than $1 trillion shillings. And it looks to the PDM to be able to push the economy also among other areas to a $500 billion economy. But on ground, what do you see in Kazo when you move around? Is the PDM working?
Thank you very much, Canary and the NBS crew. This week I was in the village and assessment of PDM to see the extent of the impact. And I can tell you, many people who are not in originally not in the money economy are starting to pick up. What is only lacking, maybe what has not been adopted to properly, is the mindset change. You find a few cases of the beneficiaries who abuse the money that they get. But over 75% of the beneficiaries of PDM have changed, especially when you do your maths and do critical analysis. Women use this money far better than men. So you perhaps need a serious mindset change for youth and for men. But critically, when you look at it, women have changed. They are doing their small businesses, kiosks, trading in vegetables, trading in small markets, doing small businesses, piggery and poultry. And there is some significant change in their household income perspective.
Many Ugandans, of course, feel like the PDM money, many people have not touched 1 million shillings deep down in the villages as a whole sum. So when they get this money, end up, going into the of course, quickest things, which is paying school fees and all that. Do you have confidence, you like in a Kazo, that the pockets of the people there are being changed because of these small businesses started by money from the PDM? Do you see the actual difference on ground?
There is actually a very great impact. Recently, I told you we have been doing analysis of the progress. Now, for example, in my place, there is a growing issue of small land holding. You find someone holds an acre of land, and because they dig in the same for a long time, it loses fertility. So you find farmers buying fertilizers for their coffee. Someone who has been harvesting, getting low harvests, now they multiply because they have got this money and put it to right use, buying fertilizers, and the coffee that would fetch them 1 million, at the end of the year, fetches them 2 or 3 million. And that's a great impact in my view. I have seen many projects, poultry, piggery, even buying small goats, about 3 of them, and in a year they multiply, starting small hotels, small-scale projects, and you find people are changing their lives. And we follow those, and those that perform well, they get more money, and it helps them to expand. Maybe in the future they also employ other Ugandans.
Lastly from me, the next 5 years of the NRM government, as it does take shape today, beginning today, as the President swears in, what are your expectations? What do you look forward to?
For me, as a person, but also as a member of parliament, there is no better impact a government can put to its people more than fighting poverty. A poverty nation is a desperate nation, is a risky nation. So if we continue the path of fighting poverty, improving household income, education, and physical infrastructure, and now that we are even very hopeful that our oil is coming out anytime, I think we shall really be on the right trajectory as a country, and hoping that we maintain the stability of the country and everyone has peace to do whatever they want to do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dan Chimosho, Member of Parliament elect. He has not yet sworn in. I think we'll be swearing in either tomorrow or Wednesday, rather tomorrow or Thursday. And we'll see how, of course, Parliament does take shape. Of course, one of the things we're looking out for is how will this 12th Parliament look like? What would be the priority for the legislature as it does take shape? And, well, but we're here first to witness the swearing in of the president, as we do also witness, some of the priorities that will be set out in his speech as beginning of today. Let's go back to Sheila Tusimo, is also still on standby with us to give us an update from wherever she is. Sheila, speak to us.
Thank you very much, Samson. Now, as we continue to engage the different dignitaries that are here, we now move over to Honorable Peter Ogwang. Honorable, thank you very much. And we'd like to know, as we swear in the President today. Your docket, sports, that has been a docket where we feel as Ugandans maybe it has been neglected, but over these years you have put in more effort. Can we talk about some of the achievements in your docket and how do you intend to make it even better in the next 5 years?
Well, first of all, let me begin by congratulating His Excellency the President for this very important occasion, which marks, of course, a new term of office for this term coming. And I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate my Minister of Education and Sports, Mama, the First Lady, who has been able to lead us. And whatever I'm going to mention is in line. It is true. If you look at the NRM manifesto and if you look at the National Development Plan 4, it outlines on how government entirely works on improving sports in the country. First, the core is identification, talent identification and development. As a ministry, we have injected quite a substantial amount of money to support the grassroots development of sports in all aspects, and we are looking at priority sports in our country. Besides that, we have also started now investing a lot of money in terms of infrastructure development, because that's where I've been. As you identify the talent, it's also important that you focus on infrastructure development. And I want to confirm, we went for AFCON for a purpose, and that bid for AFCON came in timely to help us in terms of infrastructure development. And for this area now where we are, I want to confirm we have already built a stadium at Kibwa in northern Uganda, and there are 2 attendant facilities. And these facilities are multi-sports, not only football. And that's why now we have our football clinics, which we have already planned for, and all other sports clinics within that sub-region of the greater northern Uganda. Here, of course, in Bunyoro, we have completed a facility there, which also is multi-sport. You must have seen that stadium. It's quite a multi-purpose stadium, with also attendant 2 training facilities, which are also multi-sports. We intend to put up a national high-altitude performance center, particularly in Hoima. That's a national sports academy in Hoima.
Honorable, let me just interrupt there. All these things that have been set up, how do you intend to maintain them? Because setting them up is always one thing, but maintaining them is where we normally see the challenge.
As government, we have already planned and budgeted for that with the effect of this budget which we are in, and even the coming budget. And it's going to be the role of government to ensure that those facilities are fully maintained and planned for, because the truth is it's quite expensive to maintain them. And for that purpose, we're extremely doing well in that area also. I also want to say that we have the National IR2 Training Center in Kapchora, which of course most people don't know that it's already operational in terms of the training of athletes. So when you come here in Ambole, that one is works going on. We intend to build a Lugogo Indoor Arena in Kampala here, which is going to encompass all indoor sports and also help us in all indoor activities in the country. The other one, of course, is what we call Buhinga Stadium in Fort Photo. Recently, under the guidance of my minister and the president, I went to meet the king, and we have been fully shown land in Kabarole, Fort Photo City, where we intend to put up another facility. So in terms of the NRM investment in sports development, I want to confirm it's going to be the core, one of the main activities we are going to implement in this term of office as we begin today. But above all is to thank all people of Uganda and to say today we're witnessing a new dawn for the development of our country. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Back to you, Kanari Mugume.
Well, we're still here in Kololo, and I think what we are just witnessing right now is the arrival of some of the UPDF generals. And yes, that's the conversation we are actually going to get into. The arrivals are just happening right here, and you can see some of the UPDF generals. I think in the background I heard about the arrival of the Chief of Defense Forces, CDF General Mhos Kainerugaba, who just arrived there. I can see in my background. And he's going to take his position to sit to be able to then witness the swearing in of President Yoweri Museveni. I think for the first time, quite impressive to see him in that uniform, always dressed in the military fatigue and camouflage, now dressed in the army green official uniform of the UPDF. But I'm now going to be joined by more guests here to speak about really these 5 years of the NRM and what do they really mean. I'm now joined by Honorable Didan Mwanzi from Wekola South. Honorable, many thanks for joining me this morning.
Thank you, Canary. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's speak about the 5 years of this new term of the NRM. What are you looking forward to? What is it for you that should stand out when by the time we end 2031, to say this was quite an achievement?
Yeah, personally, I first of all want to congratulate NRM. I want to congratulate the chairman who is swearing in today as our next president, 2026-2031. I personally, as a leader, I expect zero tolerance to corruption. As you can imagine, NRM has been working and contributing hugely to the economy and the success of this country. It is no doubt that within NRM and the country at large, there is this card called corruption. We hope to hear the president, we hope to hear all the leaders with a concerted effort to fight corruption these 5 years. And I can assure you that the other manifesto that was pledged for Ugandans can be fulfilled. When there is no corruption, Ugandans will be definitely receiving as delivered by the NRM in its manifesto for the next 5 years. Yeah.
There is, of course, the word on corruption. I see every time the president talks about corruption, it's like sometimes he's overwhelmed. Do you feel that way as a national leader?
Yes, it is very true that the president is overwhelmed, especially if within the NRM as a party, we are the ones actually making sometimes his leadership and his work hard. Because you see, corruption is not just about leaders. It is even about the society, the people that we lead. Because corruption is a two-way. It is not just the one who suggests, but even the one who may come for it. So we think that this time, the next 5 years, we are going to see a big stride with the new energies, with the new leaders in parliament at all other levels. This should definitely reduce. And yes, of course, we hope that by 2031, this country will be better. Services will be better, let's say infrastructure will be better, the health sector will be better, the education sector and so on. Because the biggest challenge is not that actually Uganda is poor. There is a process that we go through. We budget for the country, we budget for departments, but implementation has always been the problem as a country.
Let's speak about Parliament. Parliament plays a very key role in how this administration runs as one of the arms of government. There's been a lot of things that have been said about the 11th Parliament, and now we're going to be getting into the 12th Parliament. And many think that Parliament this time round can perform better in terms of zero tolerance to corruption, but also most importantly attendance and staying positive on delivery of social services. What do you think gets into Parliament when Parliament begins? Because it looks like the business gets to shift from delivery of social services to a lot of bickering between the NRM party and the opposition, in fighting, intrigue and all that. Do you think that this time round Parliament can perform better?
Yes, without a doubt. Many times some Ugandans have thought that actually Parliament is not as independent as it is supposed to be. I want to tell you that what I have seen with the outgoing Parliament and the 12th Parliament, the incoming, this Parliament will definitely be independent, and I also have big hopes that it will deliver better. Why? As you know, the cardinal roles of Parliament: appropriation, legislation and oversight. We as Parliament, we hope that this time, and with the able leadership of Parliament, we shall be independent and make sure that we deliver on the promises that the NRM has put in the face of Ugandans during the campaign. You must be reminded, as you are aware, that NRM got 71%. That is an increment, and that is a vote of confidence to the NRM and the president. So we are ready not to actually betray the constituents who sent us to Parliament, and those are Ugandans. So without a doubt, we think Parliament will perform better this term of office.
Honorable Dida, many thanks for speaking to us this morning. And now let's now cross back over to Sheila Tusime, who is with one of the key opposition figures represented here today, at the same time serving government. Sheila, over to you.
Thank you very much, Canary, and I'm joined by Honorable Norbert Mao here to attend the function. My key question today is the cooperation agreement. What next after swearing in regarding the cooperation agreement?
A swearing in is a ceremony. It is what you call the seal. For instance, if there's a judgment, that means the decision has been made. But what makes it authentic is the court seal. So today we are having the seal to seal the decision of Ugandans. There are promises that have been made. Now the president has got to keep those promises. He's talking about leaping forward and going to higher middle income status. Ugandans expect economic betterment. Ugandans expect better social services. Finally, Ugandans want to feel the government. So what next is work. But more importantly, politics can delay service delivery. Politics can waste resources. Politics can also waste time. So it is important for the president to unite all the patriots. This term should be about bridge building. We must break the mold. We must be Ugandans. Because everywhere you find Acholis, Baganda, Banyankole, Bachiga, Basoga, Batoro, you find those who profess NRM, UPC, DP, FDC, PFF, NUP. Then you ask, where are the Ugandans? Why are we more interested in our small identities? So the next 5 years, we should put Uganda first, and the president should lead the way.
Where do you feel we can do better? Or where do you feel government can do better as we move forward? Because promises are normally made. We have an agenda, but somehow along the way, you have mentioned that sometimes we want to focus on the small groups and individuals rather than the bigger goal. How can we do better as the public, as the people, but you as government, how can you do better?
We must trust each other. And the only way to find out whether people are trusted is first to trust them. You don't judge immediately that this group is not trusted, this person is not trusted. We have to trust each other. I know many promises have been made, starting with where I come from. I come from the north. We had a war, the guns went silent, but we still have the child mothers, we still have the victims of the war, we still have those who remain uncompensated, we still have the ex-child soldiers who have not been reintegrated. We don't yet have the truth and reconciliation process. We still have to have a national dialogue to ensure durable peace. All that matters is that these things should be on the national agenda. So the citizen must demand that even the promises that have not been kept must be on the agenda. That is what we expect. This is not going to be a term for apportioning blame. This should be a term for apportioning work and responsibility.
Before I let you go, Honorable, are you still in the speakership race?
I am in the race. And I am Norbert Mao. I have a record. I believe that we need to fix parliament. We need to embrace the president's clarion call that we must fight corruption in parliament. And the only question for the 12 parliament members is who is the best leader
who is the best speaker to lead parliament in fighting corruption? If they answer that question, I believe I will be the next speaker of parliament.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for joining us. Over to you, Canary Mugume.
Well, we continue to witness the events here at Kololo Independence Grounds to look forward to what, some of the key priorities that will be outlined in the speech of the president as he does swear in today. He's yet to arrive, and we're still speaking to some of the dignitaries and guests that are represented here. And I'm now joined by Honorable Frank. There's a lot that has been said about the NRM in the last 5 years. You've been a national leader. Honorable Tumwebazi, what I want to understand is NRM and working with opposition to deliver services to the people without infightings, intrigue, whether in parliament or outside parliament. What do you think, or what do you look forward to in these next 5 years in terms of a people-centered approach sort of leadership as opposed to fighting between NRM and opposition?
Of course, irresponsible politicking world over has never been progressive. When we fight and jostle for positions, we compromise service delivery. The advantage we have had under the NRM government for all these years is that our policy instruments have been correct, and we have evidence to vindicate us. One, when you see an economy expanding, it tells you that our governance tools, our policies, our interventions are correct. When there is misgovernance, one red flag is a crumbling economy. We are seeing our economy now going to grow to more than 7%. It could even go to double digit. So really, we need to do less politicking and concentrate on building consensus, which makes everyone a winner. We have an opportunity to expand our economy through increasing agriculture horizontally. What do I mean by horizontal growth? You have a lot of land. The northern and northeastern part of the country is so much virgin. It's arable. We need to engage the many young people that are still young to do mechanized farming, to enter at the various stages of the value chain. So the more, when you expand the economy, even politics gets sorted. How does it get sorted? Opportunities become many. People don't become radical to spoil because they will be having no hope. But when they see opportunities, everyone, whatever fighting, whatever competition, whatever jostling you are engaged in, you bear in mind the common good. The common good in this case becomes the stability and progress of the country.
How do you never see that when you're in parliament as parliamentarians?
Some do, some don't. There are those who benefit from the altercations, the drama, but the NRM focus is always that. That's why our president has been clear to us and saying, prioritize what the people want. If you don't do that, you lose out. That's why there is always high turnover in parliament. That tells you the voters ultimately know what they want. And it's a message to us, the elected, to focus and prioritize on what the people want and forget the games.
Let's get a little bit into your docket as Minister of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry. The cattle corridor is plagued by fake drugs for the cattle and the goats and a lot of disease. Quarantines had become quarantines. Do you feel like for the country to be able to go into a $500 billion economy, there's something fundamental that needs to be done around farming, especially for the animals?
There is a lot of optimism around farming, I can tell you, and I'm proud of it. The challenges are there. We still have diseases, but our disease control efforts are robust. In the last 3 years, we have aggressively controlled FMD. We still have pockets here and there. We are now making vaccination mandatory. Our research efforts have produced the anti-tick vaccine. We are rolling it out in the next few months. So when we control ticks and the associated tick-borne diseases, I can tell you the farmers will sell more milk. Our milk now stands at 5.3 billion liters. There was reluctance to produce more from the farmers because the market wasn't rewarding. The Algerian market has opened. The Indonesians want big time of our milk. The Nigerians want our milk. President Obasanjo has been here negotiating big deals. So that will motivate the farmers. The moment the farmers know that the milk market is stable, they will invest more in feeds and slightly transition from the traditional farming methods of nature. So there's so much potential. The beef industry is more or less virgin. If we eliminate these diseases and we have people engaging in large-scale commercial farming, the northern part of Uganda is a huge potential area for beef because the land is so much. Fish, dairy, if you look at all those enterprises, fish, look at cocoa, it's no longer a lot of coffee has also gone up. It's not just the lack of the increased prices, it's also the production has gone up. We earned $2.2 billion from coffee. We earned almost $800 million from cocoa. The fish exports are going up. It's huge. It's actually the only sector, not the only, the few sectors we have that have capacity to multiply exponentially the jobs we need for our young people. Yeah.
Honorable Frank Tumweza, many thanks for speaking to me this morning. He's the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Animal Husbandry, and right there he does have a lot of hope in agriculture as well to be able to transform this economy. Let's go to Sime, who is also on standby with one of the ministers and members of parliament who have been fresh and defeated bigly. Sheila.
Thank you very much, Canary. Still speaking to some of the members of parliament here and the dignitaries. And joining me is Honorable Betty Amongi, who is the Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development. And she's here, one of the people that are celebrating this achievement today, this milestone today. Your ministry is one that is at the forefront. Talking about gender, talking about labour, we have had issues with labour export, we have had issues with gender-based violence. We want to know, as we celebrate the president swearing in today, his 5 years that he has led us and his next term, how do you intend to deal with those two critical areas?
Thank you very much, viewers out there. First, I want to congratulate His Excellency the President on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the women of Uganda, the youth of Uganda. That falls under the Ministry of Gender, His Excellency the President. That's why I stand as their minister to come here and congratulate His Excellency the President. We have done quite a number of programs under this ministry, and as we conclude this term, the issue of externalization of labor, as you stated, remains a critical area where we are going to coordinate with the immigration and other stakeholders to ensure that what we started in the context of online system that should harmonize people who travel abroad should be used not only by Ministry of Gender, but also immigration at the departure point, the training, the capacity building, strengthening people abroad, especially embassies, by insisting on labor attaches to be in all the major countries where Ugandans are, to support Ugandans with labor issues, because we now propose that those people should be legal officers at our embassy. Gender-based violence remains a challenge. We are going to cascade shelter, capacity building. We are going to ensure that cultural institutions are given support to talk about these issues right from the highest level of cultural institutions to the lowest level, because custodians of culture are the ones that can dismantle the social norms that subjugate women, that make women be subjugated to violence. We are going to work with the police, the institutions that handles gender-based violence, to ensure that all these issues are addressed, and I'm glad that most of these issues have been addressed in this term. We now want to ensure that in the next term, what we have left is built, is cascaded.
Very many programs have been set up. We recently celebrated Mother's Day. The women in this country have been celebrated. You have set up different projects for them as a ministry, the GROW project, the PDM, the EMIOGA. All these are to make sure that the women are rallied and brought together and brought to the front and to avoid some of these issues like gender-based violence. However, we see that some of the women do not heed to this call, do not want to take up these opportunities. How do we make sure that each and every woman is involved and benefits from this project?
What we are now doing is to strengthen community development officers, because the community development officers lack finances to support them to reach the community, to give information through the RDCs, and this will strengthen access to capital, affordable capital, through OWEP, Uganda Women's Entrepreneurs Program. We have agreed in Cabinet that it will be continuing with much more financing. The GROW project, we have the World Bank mission at the moment, and World Bank is committing to supporting the next succession program for GROW. Access to financing is very critical for women in business. As you are aware, Uganda is number 3 in sub-Saharan Africa with women entrepreneurs. 45% of our women are in businesses. The programs that should give access to equipment, capacity, and financing will be cascaded to ensure that the time we go to, the women play a central role in ensuring that they are empowered and they protect and support the family, which is the foundation of our nation.
Honorable, before I let you go, I know that there are very many areas you're going to focus on as a ministry. What is that one area you say that when we start the next term, this is where we want to put most of our focus and energy?
The one area where the focus will be put is mobilizing financing for women's projects so that women can access financing for their businesses, for their trade and equipment through the loans that will support and scale their independence and economic empowerment.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. We now join Canary Mugume, who has Honorable Mukasa Mbide there. Canary?
Thank you very much, Sheila. We're still here in Kololo. Maybe we'll push a little bit there to allow the drummers do their thing. But I'm now joined by Honorable Mukasa Mbide, the Deputy President for Democratic Party. Honorable, you're one of the few people here representing the opposition. Why? Anyone would ask why. Why would you find it important to be here?
Yeah, this is an occasion for those of us that actually supported and voted President Museveni. This is an occasion for us to bask in euphoria as he takes oath of office for the next 5 years. In the Democratic Party, we did not take a unanimous decision, but the key leadership of the party took a decision to align our supporters into the support of President Museveni, owing to an arrangement that we already had that was being built in Seriatim, that meant that we would in effect have to support the manifesto he is vending in order to incorporate ours within the same fold of 2026-2031 political agenda.
A lot has been said about the cooperation agreement, and many are asking, is it renewable? Because now the term has ended, we're beginning a new term. Is the cooperation agreement between Democratic Party and NRM renewable? Is it going to be renewed, and for how long?
The cooperation agreement is expired, but the cooperation is renewable. We are still anxiously, of course, harnessing and illuminating the cooperation that we have between us and the National Resistance Movement, because the object for which we intended to cooperate still continue to exist. Apparently then, it implies that we still continue to wish that such cooperation be harnessed and concluded into another extension in writing.
Does that mean that whatever manifesto you had as Democratic Party, you're going to put it aside and throw your weight behind the manifesto of the NRM for the next 5 years?
Yeah, our manifesto is going to be reduced into opinions that will be mysteriously forced within the NRM manifesto. It can come by way of oversight, it can come by way of advisor opinions, it can come by way of contributions, but it will definitely be incorporated within the totality of the NRM manifesto, once, of course, the extension is harnessed.
When the DP president, Norbert Mao, announced his speakership bid, you seemed not to agree with him. Has your position changed ever since?
That announcement for speakership is an extremely extraneous matter. Apparently, the corporation appoints him minister. There is no way he can be both minister and speaker. So clearly, what he is pursuing is outside any intents and purposes of the original corporation.
And lastly, what do you think should be priority in the next 5 years of the NRM government? What, for you, do you look out for to say, look, this is going to be important, and by 2031 we should be counting it as an achievement?
Priority is going to be in terms of one looks at the demographics. The average age is going to be the younger people. So clearly, the future average age is going to be the older people. Now that means we must now have policies that are geared towards one, the implementation of artificial intelligence harnessing in order to solve the ongoing job. There is an influx of unemployment caused by development. That is something that leaders are not looking at. Where development looks in terms of robotics taking over the otherwise would have been the jobs created for individuals. Now that must be addressed by harnessing artificial intelligence, the digital nature, all tech programs in Uganda. That must be our major focus. Industrialization alone might not mysteriously interpret into employment, where employment opportunities are taken by robotics. So that is something that Uganda needs now to focus on. We don't need to be taken unawares. The same way the substantive media industry did not wait to be taken unawares by the influx of extraneous social media industry. That is something that we need to focus on as a country.
Honorable Mukasabini, thanks for speaking to us this morning. Thank you. He's the Deputy President of the Democratic Party, and we look forward to see how the DP and the NRM continue work together, knowing there's been a number of hurdles they have had to overcome, and we'll see whether the cooperation agreement will be renewed. If it is renewed, will the same appointments still stand? What about for Yala? All that we wait to see in the next 5 years. Let me hand you back over to Sheila to see who is with one of the leaders here in Kampala of the NRM. Sheila, back to you.
Thank you very much, Canary. Like I said, we continue to engage. When we talk about mobilization for the 2026 general election, this name will definitely ring bells because he was one of the people that was central in the mobilization for President Yoweri Museveni. And I guess you're happy to get to this day where you're celebrating and he is swearing in. Salim Muhuru, thank you very much for joining us. I know you're happy to be here.
Absolutely.
I know you're happy that you have made it to this day. How do you move forward with the division within the NRM?
Well, first and foremost, I want to congratulate all Ugandans upon this victory. You very well know I want to appreciate NBS for covering these elections. They used to say that was AI, but it has now showed them the 75% is a landmark, is a statement that people have come out to believe in the NRM. I want to thank all the structures that led this victory. It's not only me, it is from the grassroots that made this victory. But however, I'm so happy and proud to see this day has come to an end. Now it's time for service delivery. Ugandans want one thing, service delivery. That has been lagging us behind. But all in all, we are starting a new phase of strictly putting the technocrats on performance. You must be rated on performance, and not this issue of fire brigade. Last minute. So we are set, and we are here to celebrate this victory.
Divisions within the party, how do we get people together? How do we mobilize everyone together and move forward?
Well, these divisions began from the primaries. You very well know our primaries were very hotly contested. But the first thing we did was reconciliation. We need all those who were affected, who were not happy, to please, this is your party. We need numbers. We need numbers. I, for one, I had almost 15 people standing against me. The first thing I did was to call them back. This is not a do or die. I'm here to serve and I'm going to go. So reconciliation is very important, and we all cannot be mayors or OSEC members.
Thank you very much. we continue to speak to the different dignitaries here who are here for the event. Many people have come here for this event. We still have other dignitaries that are coming in. We have the traditional celebrations here, and we'll be engaging other guests that are here. I'm going to be speaking now to the Honorable Minister who will be joining us here and speaking about a critical ministry, a critical department in Uganda. And let me join Canary Mugume now, and we will come back to this. Canary?
Thank you very much, Sheila. I'm now joined by the man of the moment, the Secretary General of the party on the reason why we are here, NRM, Richard Todwong. Honorable, many thanks for joining me this morning. What does this moment mean to you as the Secretary General who just delivered an election and one of the highest percentages of victory ever achieved in the 40 years of the NRM?
Thank you so much, Canary, and greetings to all Ugandans who are viewing us. We are happy that today we have reached the climax. We thank you, Ugandans, for voting for President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and for voting for NRM party at all levels. Today we are swearing in our president, and I believe that the promises we made to you during the campaigns, during the rallies, we are going to fulfill in the next Kisanja. This gives satisfaction that people believe in the policies and programs of NRM that we have been marketing to them during the campaigns. We are looking forward to making sure that we handle issues of youth unemployment, we make financial accessibility for the rural areas, we reduce interest on borrowing that people are struggling with. We make sure that we open up rural areas for investment, make sure that farmers are protected and the prices of commodities are stabilized. All these are things we are looking through to make sure homes and households live much better than what they have been living. So we are happy, looking forward to implementing our promises, and we know that in the next Kisanja, we are going to even improve in the areas that we have not been performing well.
What message do you have for people out there who feel like they're not part of this progress? Their children are not going to school, probably miss out on the second meal of the day and struggle to even have the first meal. They feel like the NRM has been for the selected few, and yet you continue to win every after 5 years.
A government only gives the enabling environment for households to excel. You, the head of your home, you, the head of your family, you are the one in charge of picking the proceeds from government facilities to bring down to your homes. The government will do the roads, they will build schools, they will build hospitals, they will send money to the districts. All these are through structures of government. But you, the individual homes, individual heads of homes, you have to reach out to these services. Government will not go to home by home to make sure that they give you money, they send your child to school. It is you to send your child to school. It is you to pick that child from home to take him to school. It is you to get money from government agents at sub-county level. So it is a development is a partnership. Government is doing its part, you also must do your part. So part of the things we are going to intensify doing in this Kisanja is to help educate our population not to fold their hands, not to sit. Where government is performing, they should also perform, so that the meeting point brings development.
Political parties that you do work with in Parliament, represented in Parliament, especially those in the opposition, sometimes there's no proper working relationship between you and them, apart from a few independents who are NRM leaning. The public watching this, what politics you play in Parliament, for example, how you work together or how you fail to, it's always questionable. Do you think that as a legacy term for 5 years, next 5 years until 2031, it's important to improve your relationship?
And even under the iPod umbrella, we cooperate with parties with a representation in Parliament. But above that, we have extended an olive branch to quite a number of parties to come and join hands and we work together. The Democratic Party has signed a memorandum of understanding with us. We are working with the Uganda People's Congress. We are working with other parties individually and as an institution. So the National Resistance Movement Party is open to work with all other parties, because we know Uganda belongs to all of us, and everybody has an idea to contribute to the governance and the development of this country. So we in NRM, we feel we are not proud enough to deny anybody a chance to work with us. If you have good ideas, bring it forward. We shall work together and implement.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard Todong. He's the Secretary General of the NRM party that just secured a new 5-year term until 2031. The Chief Guest has already, the Chief Justice has already arrived, the CDF has already arrived, and many other dignitaries. I think in a few will be, witnessing the arrival of the President, and the official program will kick off. Let me hand you back over to Sheila Tusime, who is with one of the ministers here in Uganda, Minister for Lands, Judith Nabakoba. Back to you, Sheila.
Thank you very much, Canary. And yes, you are right with the Minister for Lands, Honorable Judith Nabakoba. She's also a member of the National Resistance Movement, a party that took the lead in the 2026 elections. I think I'm right to say congratulations, Honorable. A huge milestone for the NRM. How do we move forward?
We are so thankful to Ugandans, and we are happy to witness this day today, the swearing in of His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who got 71% of the votes of Ugandans. This is a huge statement from Ugandans. It is a sign of confidence, it is a sign of love, but it is a sign of appreciation for what His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has done for Ugandans. In my sector, this Chisanja which I'm concluding, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has supported me. He gave a number of executive orders in as far as streamlining land administration in the country is concerned, but he also supported us and enabled us to give out a number of titles in 16 districts of Uganda. These titles were under a project that was called SLAC, Systematic Land Adjudication and Certification, in areas where people had never thought of getting registration of their land. Where we have given such titles, freehold titles, people have been so appreciative. But also, his journey in ensuring that land evictions and land grabbing reduces. Because, frankly, I would say that I'm the happiest woman as we swear in today. 2021, they were saying Musei was defeated in Uganda because of land. But this time round, that talk was not there. Of course, there are still challenges, but the talk that Musei is defeated in Uganda because of land, all in Uganda because of land, it has ceased. So I'm grateful for the support, Musei, you have given me, the honorable ministers who have worked with us to ensure that these challenges reduce. We are so happy, and we are looking forward to ensuring that Ugandans get what they call land tenure security. We want to thank His Excellency for the implementation of the USMID project, the project that targeted our municipalities. Can you imagine that even this time in municipalities, we performed better than ever before? We performed better than ever before because of the projects Musei brought. This was a World Bank funded project which was operating in most of the municipalities and the secondary cities around the country. But people in those cities, even being opposition, they would see the services of government because of the impact USMID was creating on ground. We are promising you for better services because USMID is going to begin another third phase, which is including even the municipalities that had never been considered before, like Mitiana Municipal Council is part of this third phase, which is beginning in July. We believe that more road infrastructure and all associated accessories are going to be worked on. And once those are worked on, we believe that most people who work in cities and our municipalities would have better working environment. To the landlords who still demand money from us, Musei, I remember he promised that this Chisanja is going to put more emphasis on addressing the land administration. We believe that we have people whom we owe money as government because they have decided to give us their land, but still that is a sign of confidence because before people would just chase the tenants away from the land. But right now what they do and why we are getting much more areas, it's because now everyone is coming and they are saying, we are surrendering our land to government, pay us, and we leave the tenants to do what they want. That is a good sign on behalf of government. We would encourage government in this next Chisanja to find money, clear the landlords so that the tenants are also settled comfortably. Right now I can say that I'm leaving lands when it's stable. It's stable. I can say yes, it is a stable ministry, and what I can say, the mass evictions have reduced drastically. What we are now getting in lands is conflict to do with estates of the deceased. Families are fighting over properties, estates of the deceased, and I know, having tackled the bigger challenge, even these ones will be in position to handle them as government.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and congratulations. Once again, over to you, Kanari Mugume, who will be speaking to the Minister for ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Chris Baryomusi. Kanari.
We invite you to explore Uganda. We invite you.
Thank you very much, Sheila, and we continue to have conversations with the different guests invited here. I'm now joined by Honorable Chris Baryomusi, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, to let us in on his thoughts and what priorities should be in the next 5 years. Honorable, many thanks for joining me this morning. The ICT sector is one of the most crucial sectors that the economy is looking at to be able to get to a $500 billion economy. But there's still a lot of hurdles that we need to overcome. What do you think the priorities should be in the ICT sector in the next 5 years of this new term?
Well, the ICT sector is one of the fastest growing sectors and driving the economy in Uganda. And in the next 5 years, we shall be able to complete the extension of the national backbone infrastructure. This is the internet fiber, which is being extended to all corners of the country, and also do what we call last mile connections. We connect district headquarters, sub-county headquarters, schools, health centers, and other installations. But also to ensure that we cut the cost of internet and data, as well as the cost of smart devices like phones, smartphones, computers, laptops, iPads, so that ordinary Ugandans can also be able to transact using digital platforms. Because where we are going, the future is digital. You can now do a university degree, you can order your items from Europe, China, you can do everything using digital transactions, and therefore we must make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary Ugandans going forward.
The same government talking about accessibility cannot be the same government banning platforms that young people use for trade like Facebook. Do you now have an idea when, for example, Facebook will be opened? But I'm told there are more even stricter rules and guidelines that are coming for social media, especially through Parliament. But do we have an idea when Facebook will be open?
Yes, why do we expand the usage of IT and laboratories?
Joins us, but also to allow for the free flow of our delegates as they make their way to the tent. So on behalf of the security teams and on behalf of protocol, we request that we clear the area in front of the tent to allow for our visitors to find their seats. And again, we humbly request, if you haven't found a seat in this tent, there is an overflow tent on this side, and we request the protocol teams, in case the main tent is full, to allow for dignitaries make their way to the overflow tent on our left, on this side. Protocol, please clear this area. for the Vice President and her team. We will shortly be clearing this area to allow for our VIPs make their way to their sitting area, but also allow for Her Excellency the Vice President to see her colleagues and invited guests as she comes to join them. But also we request the media teams.
Thank you very much, Canary. We continue to engage the different people here as we count down to the arrival of President Yoweri Museveni, who will be arriving here shortly at the Kololo ceremonial grounds. At the center of the coordination for the diplomats, for the different dignitaries that have been received here in the country is the Minister for Foreign Affairs. The ministry has been in charge of the coordination for all the foreign and international guests that have come in here. And joining me now is Honorable John Mulumba, State Minister for Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much for joining us. I know it has been a hectic journey, but I know it has been worth it for you. How has it been to receive and welcome all these different dignitaries and plan for this day?
Thank you for having me. First of all, I wish to congratulate His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni upon his well-deserved win, and I wish him the best in the new term. It hasn't been an easy journey planning to have all these guests from within, guests from without, and all over the world. But it has taken collaboration across departments, agencies, and ministries of government, and also teamwork. That's why we have come this far. So I want to congratulate all the teams that have been working tirelessly since about 2 months ago to organize for this event to come this far. I'm satisfied that the occasion is going on very well. We have so far received the foreign dignitaries. They have arrived. We have about 10 presidents in the country so far. We have about 7 vice presidents. We have 6 prime ministers. And then we have 4 presidents emeritus, retired presidents of Africa. And so many envoys from USA, across Europe, to Asia and Africa. So I'm satisfied so far the way things are going, and we're just only looking at the clock. Anytime soon, His Excellency the President-elect will be taking his oath, and I wish everybody a successful event.
Honorable, one thing that has stood out today for this swearing-in ceremony, you have blended the tourism industry with your ministry to try and push the brand Uganda to even those that have come in. The different dignitaries are seeing the different animals. We are showcasing Uganda here at Kololo Independence Grounds. Was that intentional? And do we intend to push Uganda further? Will these dignitaries engage with the beauty of Uganda even after here?
First of all, when visitors come to your home, they must understand what your home is. So today we have branded Kololo the way we have done to showcase Uganda and make people, our visitors, understand what Uganda is, where it's located, and what it has. Several people out there, when they read about Uganda, they really don't know what is inside. And they don't have a lot of time today for those dignitaries who are coming here to go out and venture. So I have tried to show them that this is what is contained there. And we urge all our dignitaries who have come for this ceremony today, having seen what they have seen here, this is just the face, to save time and go and tour Uganda and discover the beauty of Uganda. Uganda is a very beautiful country. Secondly, in the international space these days, we are talking about trade and exchange, real exchanges. What Uganda has and what it can export is tourism. Our potential is so huge. The flora and fauna is so bounty. The animal species, everything in Uganda is very unique and only for Uganda. Where you are standing here, you are standing on the equator. No other country in Africa shares the equator like we do. So, Uganda is a very beautiful country, and we wanted our visitors who have come from near and far to see what it is, to have an insight of what it is, and then to be persuaded to go and tour these beautiful sceneries of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for joining us. Canary, over to you.
right, we continue to, of course, get into conversations with different people from different walks of life and trying to understand their perspectives on things. And tweyanza nnyo okutwegattako soka otubuulire mmwe nga NRM kiki kye musinga okwagala ennyo okukola mu myaka gino 5.
Amanya nze Robert Rwakandale nze Ssaabakunzi okuva mu maka g'omukulembeze General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni President w'eggwanga no Uganda. Ntwala buso okusooka okwebaza Katonda n'okwebaza bannayuganda mwere okwagala ekibiina kya NRM mwebala okwagala ekitiibwa President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. NRM ekoze ebintu bingi nnyo kale bingi ebisinga naawe obirabye naye mbulunyo abantu bagamba ningamba emirembe eringa eriiso bwe liziba tosobola kulaba nenebaza NBS mwebale nnyo okulaga programu za gavumenti. Bayibuli egamba ngu abantu bange bafudde olw'okubula okumanya abantu bintu bingi bikolera ite babimanyi neso byetaaga kunnyonnyolera abantu. So NRM
mukunzi wa NRM kiki kyoyagala kikolebwe mu myaka gino 5 empya?
Owekitiibwa President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ali mu kulwanyisa nguzi. Naye enguzi kintu kibi nnyo naye enguzi agirya n'agiwa bona omugabo gufaanana. So enguzi President tagenda girwanyisa yekka naffe bannayuganda ffenna twenyigiremu nnyo mu kulwanyisa n'enguzi naye tuwulirize nnyo Pulezidenti kale n'emirembe bwe baweere mu ggwanga naye gwe buvunaanyizibwa bwo okukola. Bayibuli egamba takole taaliyenga n'akuwanga omukisa emirimu gy'emikono gyo so kitegeeza oluguudo lukuyitako naye n'osula enjala amasannyalaze gakuyitako n'osula enjala. So Pulezidenti waba asomesa abantu alaba gy'otanaba kulaba ate nesaba n'abazadde okuteekateeka abaana okusinga okubateekateekera bw'oteekateeka omwana n'omukoleza ku musingi omulungi abeera mukulembeze omulungi.
Mwe abakulembeze mwe abakyasinze okulya enguzi lwaki temuyambako gavumenti yammwe okulaba nti erwanyisa enguzi?
Abakulembeze balina gye baabazaala gavumenti abantu ebafuna nga bakuze kitegeeza omukulembeze omulungi olina omuteekateeka naawe omuzadde. So bw'oteekateeka omwana n'omukoleza ku musingi omulungi n'omugamba enguzi kibi n'obwaba agenze mu gavumenti tagenda girya naye bw'oba otamuteekateeka n'omuleka bw'atyo n'otamubuulira ngu enguzi mbi n'obwalaba atuuse waggulu ajja girya lwakuba tewamuteekateeka. So buvunaanyizibwa bw'abazadde nabo okuteekateeka abaana n'omugaana ekibi n'omugamba enguzi kibi n'akola ng'akimanyi n'okwagala eggwanga n'ekintu kikulu omwana buvunaanyizibwa bw'abazadde naye omwana bw'omukuriza ku balkoni nga tamanyi kyenkya jjukira ono yagenda kuddako mu bigere ebyo kati oba nga tewamutegeka tewamuyigiriza kukola tewamuyigiriza by'olunda tewamuyigiriza bizinensi zaokola kati bw'oluba ovuddeyo omwana nazikuuma ate nga tewamutegeka. So buvunaanyizibwa bw'abannayuganda kibala nebaza Pulezidenti nebaza General Muhoozi Kainerugaba CDF President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ateeseteese bulungi abaana be ne bakulira nga bali ku musingi gwa mpisa amagye agora bag'empisa kitegeeza abazadde baabwe babakuza bulungi. So mbagaliza omukolo omulungi President agenda kurayira amafuta amayitirivu wano ateesa abaana b'opposition mujje wano muwulize President kyagamba enguudo mugenda ziyitako sente za gavumenti muzifuna kati lwaki lwanyisa gavumenti ebyobufuzi kuwabula sikulwana sikuvuma. So mwebale nnyo mwebale ddala mbagaliza omukolo omulungi naye muwulirize muteeke mu nkola President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni byabagamba. Mwebale nnyo okwagala ekibiina kya NRM nawe kanale mwebale nnyo okuba kadde omulungi owa NRM mukama abakuumi.
Thank you very much. Well, we continue to cater for different audiences to be able, for everyone, be able to benefit from this broadcast. That's why we speak to different people from different walks of life, different leaders, national and different levels of leadership. Let me hand you back over to Sheila Tusime, who has another update for us. Sheila.
Thank you very much, Kanari. Like you said, we continue to engage the different dignitaries, and with me is Mr. Philip Kakuru, who is in charge of mobilization and trade for our diaspora group. Philip, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations, because you have been at the center of mobilization for the party in the diaspora and pushing for trade and betterment of the members of Uganda that are in the diaspora. How has this journey been for our members in the diaspora? Because some were saying we want to participate, we haven't been given an opportunity to participate. Do you feel like they were represented throughout this process and they managed to participate and exercise their rights?
Oh, thank you, Shira, and to the viewers. First of all, I would like to congratulate our Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency General YKM7, on this fundamental and phenomenal occasion for having successfully defeated all competitors and proven that he's still the man trusted by the Ugandans with over 71% of the vote. And congratulations to all NRM cadres within and out of the country for the great work you've done for the success of the NRM. Yes, on the side of the diaspora still feels that
the NRM has done a steadfast job, especially where we live, that the stable government Uganda has had, and indeed we need to protect the gains. Because when you move around Africa, you see the Francophone West Africa, you see the coups, you see the kind of Western control on some of those countries, especially the Francophone. You realize that we are blessed to have the leader of President YK Museveni. In terms of mobilization, we've kept our numbers, telling them that the only solution to Uganda is led by the visionary gentleman, General YK Museveni. The tremendous work when the man talked about fundamental change, and indeed the change, we can see it. For those who were there in 1986, it was not at Kororoi. I saw there was an old wooden table. We see the Kahindo Tafires behind, the Jim Mwezis, the Rwijemas. But when you see this magnanimous event where all Ugandans are clamoring to come and celebrate, that tells you that indeed the fundamental change has come to be a reality. You look at how people are dressed, you look at how people are feeling, you look at how the economy is doing. Uganda is one of the fastest growing economies on the African continent. What does that tell you? The vision and leadership of President Museveni. So we really need to give him the confidence, to give him the trust to lead us for the next 5 years. And as diaspora, we are very hopeful and anticipating that the president said for the first time he's going to consider the diaspora as part of his government, just compared to other governments in Ethiopia, in Kenya, in India, because the 3 million Ugandans that live out of the country, they support more than 10 million people right on the ground. So the diaspora should be part of the next conversation by all means. And therefore we say, we've come to show our support to the president. Members have come from America, they've come from South Africa, they've come from the UK to come and show their support to the President Museveni. Just like we did during the campaigns. We came, traversed the country to look for the votes for the president, and this is a clear testament that our energies and our effort and our sacrifices have paid off.
Philip, before I let you go, one of the critical issues or areas is trade. And Ugandans are complaining, Ugandans are worried. If we are to carry out trade between Uganda and South Africa, how far have we gone with the visa issue?
Especially, those are some of the pertinent issues that we need to deal with. The diasporians should be at the center of engaging in trying to resolve some of these visa issues. But when you don't have a voice, you are not at the center of the conversation. A constituent MP in Alua is saying my roads. A constituent MP in Chisoro is saying my roads. A constituent MP in Manafa is saying my bridges. There is nobody to talk for the diaspora. But we need to solve the Africa Free Continental Trade, the free movement of goods and services. There is a ministry dedicated to the East African community, and you can see how the East African community has been revitalized. There is a ministry for the Ruero Triangle. There is a ministry for Bunyoro, for Buganda Affairs. But why is it that the 3 million Ugandans outside the diaspora have no one on the table to converse for them? Because when the issue is brought to the table, whether it's parliament, whether it's cabinet, whether it is in NRM sec, nobody talks about the diaspora. So we excluded children while we are part of the social fabric of the society.
Thank you very much. Philip Canary, over to you.
Is like the role of a midfielder in any game of football. Now that requires a lot in terms of paying attention to details. You go through challenges and opportunities, through peaks and valleys, but all said and done, at the end of the day, you are expected to support the Right Honorable Prime Minister who have business in Parliament in mobilizing the majority members of the ruling party to support the position of the party and the position of government in Parliament. I can conclude by saying in the last 3 years from 2022, we have had a very, very good working relationship with the members of the NRM Parliamentary Caucus. We never, for lack of a better word, lost any political battle where the party and government had an interest in terms of legislation in Parliament.
It can be challenging, especially knowing that there's business you have in Parliament and at the same time you see the benches empty. What happens when do MPs get comfortable all of a sudden?
We normally use our command and control political structure of whipping members of Parliament. Each and every sub-region in Uganda has a zonal whip that is assigned with the responsibility of whipping members. But in most cases, when we invoke the 3-line whipping system, committee work, others have gone on oversight, it becomes a bit hard to mobilize them. But where the party has an interest, where the caucus has sat and made a resolution through consensus, normally we ensure that even those other activities that keep members away from Parliament are called off such that they attend to that particular business before the House.
I know the priorities of government are well spread out in the NRM manifesto for the next 5 years, but for you as an individual, as a leader, what should be priority? What is most important in the next 5 years? What would you like to see NRM focus on?
In the next 5 years, like we have promised and committed to the people of Uganda in our memorandum, in our manifesto rather, of the National Resistance Movement, where His Excellency President Museveni traversed that basis and captured in the National Development Plan 4, we shall be focusing, first of all, strategically on securing the territorial borders of Uganda. In that, I mean national security of the citizens of Uganda, science, technology, innovation to another level, because that is the way to go. We shall be supporting a number of initiatives. Thirdly, we shall be looking at basic infrastructure within the country to ensure that we also move more or less to the level of other countries. His Excellency the President stated very, very clearly that in this Kisanja, which is ending, Uganda has moved to a middle-income country, implying that we must realign our focus, our strategy, our dreams, our aspiration, our interest with countries that have reached where we are. That is where majority of our resources will be channeled. National security, promoting science, technology, and innovation, then the issue of infrastructure. And you have seen a number of them. In the field of sports alone, you have seen what is happening. From no sports stadium, we now have Oima. Akibwa is on track. We have seen Nambole is undergoing the second renovation. On the question of roads, you have seen the network from Kampala to each and every region of Uganda. So we shall be focusing on the 3, but in addition to the 3, there are also other areas that we shall be focusing on.
Right. Honorable Hamson Oboa, many thanks for speaking to me this morning. We continue with this broadcast to be able to pick different views and opinions from different leaders at different levels, understanding what should be priority for the next 5 years. Now let me hand you back over to Sheila Tusime for another update. Sheila.
Ase Youth Initiative. All right, over to you.
All right, we continue with this broadcast, and I'm now joined by Honorable Kaduchu. Honorable, many thanks for joining me this morning. What does this victory mean to you as a national leader and someone who is also leading the NRM?
Thank you so much. I want to take this occasion to congratulate His Excellency, the President of our country, upon this victory and swearing in occasion. I want to congratulate the entire people of Uganda. This is our function. This is our celebration. It's a milestone that we are celebrating. Each and every Ugandan has contributed to this journey. Today, indeed, we are celebrating another journey, another level. This is a very critical level. Why we are celebrating it in a very important manner is because this is a level where Uganda is to move to another level, from middle income at a lower to higher. And that calls upon for us to really come together as a people, as a country, to celebrate, because we are moving to a higher level. Why? Because we are looking at service delivery, improving service delivery to be effective, to be efficient. We are looking at reducing or eliminating corruption tendencies. Number 3, this is an era where we are projecting the country to another level based on innovation, science, technology, and that we are improving the economy. We are projecting and propelling the economy of Uganda through science, innovation, and that means that all of us as people of Uganda with a strong, solid background of already the existing programs of PDM, Yoga, and count them, we should be in position to increase the economy, to project the economy, and to move to the level we all desire to be in. And for us, as the education sector, we think this is the period for us to concentrate on the quality of delivering education. It has come at the right time when we've just passed the teacher bill, when we're going to form the National Teacher Council, when we want to see that the teaching profession is professionalized. We want to see the glory of the teaching profession back to where we came from. So this is a very critical moment for us. It's a divining time for all of us. And I want to believe that we need a goodwill. We need that attitude, the positive attitude from all the Ugandans for us to deliver, and I believe we can all deliver as expected.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaduchu Moriku. And we'll see that the Vice President has already arrived here. It means that in a few minutes, the President or the Chief Guest will also be arriving, and look forward to what that will look like when the President arrives here to be sworn in for yet another 5-year term. Let me hand you back over to Sheila Tusime, who is on standby for another update. Sheila.
They'll also be joined by
with the different dignitaries, and we expect
it will be all systems go, and will be good to get started. All you need to do is keep firm and tight in your position and watch the proceedings as they unfold. We thank Your Excellencies, the visiting dignitaries from our brotherly countries in the region and beyond, our distinguished guests, our people here, we welcome you in your respective capacities.
Next National Social Action Fund, the NUSA 4 program, which we have about, where we have about $78 million that we are going to be spending to support micro projects in the entire northern Uganda project region. We have also started to introduce a number of other investments that we think can help people come out of poverty, improve their livelihoods, and also enhance wealth creation in households. This financial year alone, we are putting about 65 billion
Uganda shillings to promote the growing of coffee in northern Uganda, which is where we are doing very, very well. As I speak now, we have supplied seedlings to the people, training the people, and we are going to be participating also, contributing towards improving and helping the community to develop the coffee value chain in northern Uganda. As you are aware, we are also beginning to restock northern Uganda, as livestock, was one of those investments in northern Uganda that was destroyed by the insurgencies and the war in northern Uganda. So this is also something that we are starting, and before the end of this month, we'll be paying out the money that will help the people to restock in northern Uganda. Of course, in addition to other investments from general investment from government, we invested in the roads, infrastructure, we're investing in the extension of electricity, we're also now in improving the railway network to northern Uganda. Now, these are situations and the environment that will help promote production in northern Uganda. And I can say that even the multidimensional poverty that we talk about is not dropping in northern Uganda. People begin to make some money, and we expect that these 5 years, northern Uganda should not be the first again as far as poverty is concerned.
Even as you do all these things for the betterment of northern Uganda, there are groups and sections that are trying to cause more confusion. How are you intending on handling them to bring unity so that you move forward?
I can assure you that there's more stability in northern Uganda now than ever before. The recent inconvenience that we're having in northern Uganda was the incursion of the migrant cattle keepers who were coming from within the country, and others who are coming from outside the country. We had migrant cattle keepers who are coming from Tanzania, from South Sudan, and as far as Gabon and South African Republic, causing distortion in that area. And as I speak now, we have already evicted about 85% of the migrant animals that had entered into northern Uganda, and people are now more settled, people are beginning to produce, and even those who had failed to produce because of those destruction caused by the migrant cattle keepers from the animals are now settling down to cultivate. What now remaining is that we need to have a deeper conversation about land use in northern Uganda. Because as you know, we still have the customary land tenure largely in most part of northern Uganda, and it is very ill-defined, and we have conflicts within families and also others who come to buy land in that area. But I can assure you that with electricity now in fact, we now have the national grid. Connect all the regions of northern Uganda are now connected to the national grid. We have electricity, we have the good roads, we are now working on the railway. So we hope this is making northern Uganda a very good environment for invest in northern Uganda.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. As we count down to the President-elect's arrival, I hand you over to Canary Mugume.
Thank you very much, Sheila. And well, now we are witnessing the arrival of the man of the moment, the reason why we're here for the swearing-in. President Yoweri Museveni, our president-elect, is going to be sworn in for another 5-year elective term, and he's just arrived here. That's a couple of minutes after that arrival of the Vice President, Jessica Alupo, and well, he will be ushered in and then eventually led here to be able to, witness his own also swearing in. But also, most importantly, this is another 5 years of the NRM, marking another milestone for this very, very government. He'll be ushered in here with the guests who have already arrived. I can see just right ahead of him was the president of Somalia, Sheikh Mohamud, who also arrived yesterday morning, a couple of hours. It was actually one of the first arrival yesterday at the VVIP airport, and we're now witnessing the arrival of the president, who will be to be able to take on the swearing-in ceremony. But we want to just get into the understanding of this particular day of the swearing-in ceremony. For the next 5 years, what will it be looking like? What the priorities? Of course, there's a lot of emphasis on most importantly, propelling the economy to a $500 billion economy. But what are some of those important sectors? Of course, the number of guests that I did talk to did point to the ICT, did point to the parish development model and other sectors. But then, importantly, most leaders actually pointed out that there's need to fight corruption, and this is going to be one of the terms where it's going to be zero tolerance to corruption. But can that talk be walked? Can the government of the NRM walk the talk? That's very, very key to point out. Well, wait to see what happens. As here, many guests have already arrived. The diplomat. Importantly, this has been a people-centered. It's a people-centered ceremony. We can see that they indeed did participate, with the general public being allowed in here to sit in the pavilion. The NRM leaders at different levels here, all we see the arrivals, and well, it's important to see that. Now that's the president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu, who also arrived. That means that majority of the East African countries, the neighbors of Uganda, majority of them have been represented here by their own very, very leaders. We talk about the president of Tanzania, Samia, who is already arrived here and has already taken, is taking her seat right now as we talk. We've seen the other presidents from different countries. Rwanda will be represented by the Prime Minister, because I think I saw President Paul Kagame of Rwanda in another country, that is in Kenya, attending another summit. President Ruto has been in Kenya also. Of France, and therefore it gives us an indication that he might also not be able to make it here, but is going to be represented by the Vice President. There are other leaders that already arrived. We're talking about the Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, Manuel. The arrival of the president of Ethiopia, Taye Atsake, the president of the DRC, Felix Tshisekedi, who also arrived yesterday, the president of Somalia, who just taken his seat, that is Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, the prime minister of Rwanda, Dr. Justin Nsengiyumva, the president of Togo arrived yesterday later on in the night, towards midnight. The president of Gabon did also arrive. So the many presidents and different delegations that are represented here from the different countries, and it's going to be quite a colorful one. We're waiting to see what the military spread will look like, what the military process will be showcased here. And now I can see the heads of institutions, right from police, Uganda prisons, the army, the CDF is also here. General Jose Kainerugaba, who I think I've seen put on that particular uniform of the UPDF. And now the president of the Republic of Uganda, who is also the president-elect, President Yoweri Museveni, is arriving here at Kololo Independence Ground to take on the official ceremony of swearing in. Like I said earlier, this has been quite a people-centered ceremony, because the general public might not be able to sit in the cameras because they're quite a distance from the dignitaries that have been invited here, or invited guests. But the general public has been allowed to come and witness the swearing in, and thereafter now wait to see what happens. But the president of Mozambique is also here. We witnessed his arrival. The president of Togo, the president of Gabon, and other dignitaries. There's a lot that has, of course, we'll be able to witness here. One of the things that we look out for is some of the things in the different speeches. But here there's not going to be many speeches. It's going to be the president giving his inauguration speech. Right now, the president of the Republic of Uganda is entering as he does wave to the people. You can see his arrival. And, well, it's going to be one of those rare ceremonies where the president here does attend in his inauguration, and not in a suit, but in his popular white shorts. Waiting to see what will be in his speech. The last speeches for inauguration, he has used them as an opportunity to scoff at the West. Maybe that probably is why it was important to pass a sovereignty bill right before the inauguration. And I can tell you, most of the speeches he's used them to scoff at the West, especially telling them not to lecture Africa and Uganda at large about what to do and what not to do. I can see the different leaders nationally have already taken center stage. I can see the Vice President, Jessica Alupo. I can see the first national chairperson of the NRM is also here. The Speaker, the Prime Minister, Richard Todwong, all here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, watching this broadcast, the President of the Republic of Uganda has made his way into Kololo ceremonial grounds, where he will be received by the Vice President and the different guests here and leaders of different institutions. You can see quite a display right there, led by the Uganda police right there. He's coming right through there in his Land Cruiser, waving at the public. One of those rare functions where the president in his inauguration does attend without being in a suit, and also looks like let's now just get into straight the official ceremony of inauguration and hand over to just let us understand what the next couple of hours are going to look like. That's the entry of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda, who just won in January with 71% victory percentage. Public voted him that way, and they're all represented here clad in yellow. Let's now get into the official ceremony of inauguration to understand what's going on.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, the first Vice Chairman of the NRM, Right Honorable Secretary General, the Minister for the Presidency, the Chief of Defense Forces, the Inspector General of Police, and the Commissioner General of Prisons, as well as the Head of Service, the Head of Public Service, and Secretary to Cabinet.
We welcome His Excellency, the President and President-elect, the Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. A big round of applause as the President assumes his position at the saluting dais.
Salam Yalais! Hashma True!
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief will proceed to inspect the parade.
Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, gwaride rasmi la kuaga lililoandaliwa na Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda iko tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
The parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Singuza, has invited the President to inspect the parade. His Excellency the President is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, Special Operations, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the parade is constituted by the officers, men and women of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Prison Service. At an appropriate moment, the parade participants will be joined by some arms of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. And these are the paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of the UPDF and aircraft systems, and finally by some air platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, paying tribute to the national flags, the Uganda national flag and the Uganda People's Defense Forces flag. His Excellency the President, as he inspects the parade, he is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, and the Parade Commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Singuza. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is the modern, professional, and combat-ready and experienced elements of Uganda's armed forces, led by the UPDF. The story of the UPDF has been told for a long time, but each time it is always a fascinating story. The Uganda People's Defense Forces traces its humble beginnings to the National Resistance Army, a small guerrilla force that launched a people's protracted struggle in February 1981 after the rigged general elections in 1980. NRA was birthed on February 6, 1981, under the leadership of then guerrilla and general of the resistance, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. It was a tiny group of fighters, 42 in number, 27 of them armed, when they attacked Kabamba military barracks in Mubende district, marking the start of the 5-year Bush War under the then military dictatorship of Milton Obote. The NRA, now UPDF, has since moved the full cycle. They have evolved over time, and they are now a powerful armed force that has not only secured peace and security in the country, but has also contributed to peace and stabilization operations within our region. Therefore, we salute His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief for his visionary leadership over the years that has transformed a small guerrilla force into a powerful national army that is the Uganda People's Defense Forces. And as the parade progresses, when it is joined by the other arms of UPDF, the paratroopers, the artillery division, the motorized infantry division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, I'm sure our visitors and all Ugandans present here today and those following us from all over the country and beyond will understand what I've been talking about. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is just about finishing inspecting the parade. He will thereafter be guided and ushered in to his position in a very, very important person's tent. And thereafter, we will witness the next drill activity, which will be the lowering of the presidential standard flag. Your Excellencies,
Mheshimiwa Rais, kuanza mwisho ukombozi wa baada ya kuaga, naomba kuendelea na gwaride Mheshimiwa Rais.
The parade commander has requested for permission from His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief to proceed with the parade. The next element of this parade, as I was highlighting a few moments ago, will be lowering of the presidential standard flag. Ladies and gentlemen, the lowering of the presidential standard flag will imply that the current term of office of the interim administration from 2021 to 2026 will have come to an end. That event will be followed by the swearing in process after we have had a word of prayer from our members of the clergy, led by the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, His Grace, the Most Reverend Dr. Samuel Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, and His Eminence, Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, the Mufti of Uganda. His Excellency the President will proceed to his position in the VVIP tent, and while there, the flag guard will march and lower the presidential standard flag. Our distinguished guests stand up to receive His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief. His Excellency the President is greeting his special guests, visiting heads of state and government from the East African region and beyond, and all our friends in the world who have come here. We are deeply honored by your presence, and we salute and appreciate your coming. His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief is having a small tete-a-tete with our visiting dignitaries, heads of state and government. His Excellency the President is going to be guided to stand in his position at the podium as they lower the presidential standard flag. Parade Commander, His Excellency the President, is saying hello to his visiting guests. His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief, the President-elect, is still having a small tete-a-tete with our very distinguished visitors, heads of state and government, and other international delegations from all countries around the world. We are honored and deeply appreciate the presence of all those who have traveled from far and wide to join Ugandans and His Excellency the President-elect as he is sworn in for another historic term of office from 2026 to 2031. Ugandans have expressed their confidence in His Excellency's visionary leadership, and they granted him another popular mandate. His Excellency the President will take his position and remain standing as we lower the presidential standard flag. Parade Commander.
Salve bendera! Esmeralda!
The lowering of the presidential standard flag.
Sir, begin! Officers! Japan!
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you have just seen has been the lowering of the presidential standard flag, marking the end of the current term of office of the NRM administration.
Tarabusa bendera! Yapani! Muli! Lagaza!
Marking the end of the interim administration from 2021 to 2026. We will shortly embark on another one after the swearing-in processes. But first, we will have prayers by our distinguished eminent members of the clergy.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President-elect, Your Excellencies visiting heads of state and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the directors of ceremonies for today's occasion. And the director of ceremonies is none other than Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, who shall be leading us through the swearing-in procedures. She is assisted by myself, Vincent Bajire, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Colonel Chris Magezi of the UPDF, and Maurice Mugisha of the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. With that, Your Excellency, allow me to invite the clergy to lead us in a prayer of invocation, and they'll be led by Right Reverend Associate Professor Fred Sheldon Mwesigwa, the Dean of the Province of the Church of Uganda, representing the Most Reverend Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda. We shall also have His Eminence Sheikh Shaban Ramadan Mubaje, the Mufti of Uganda, leading us in the prayers. You're welcome, gentlemen.
A prayer for the dedication of His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Tibuhaburwa, and Uganda as a nation. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father and gracious Lord, our help in ages past and our hope for years to come, we gather today at a historical moment and event of witnessing the swearing-in ceremony of the 8th President of the Republic of Uganda, who is running for the 7th term in office, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, following a presidential election in which he garnered an electoral victory of 71.65%. O Lord, your word in Isaiah 55, verse 8 says, your ways are not our ways. We can only say, your will be done. We thank you, dear Lord, for the healing and recovery of the First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni, and we continue to pray for her. And we thank you for the support she gave her husband during elections. We commit into your hands the First family. May you give them to good health, wisdom, and strength. Loving Father, we thank you for the Republic of Uganda as a nation that you have lavished your love upon, as exemplified by the different tribes that continue to live in harmony, the different religious and faith communities, the good soils for farming, minerals, oil and gas, the thriving flora and fauna, the beautiful climate that is conducive for habitation and production, but above all, the welcoming and genuine nature and character of Ugandans. It is this nation, dear Lord, which we as Christians, who comprise 84% of the population as per the 2024 census report, that we hereby dedicate, and at whose helm is His Excellency General Kaguta Museveni, whom we look to steer to greater heights of peace, unity, and progress. And lastly, dear Lord, we pray that you give wisdom to His Excellency the President, guided by you to identify the best of the best leaders who are hardworking, conscientious, trustworthy, and corruption-free, that will assist our cherished nation, Uganda, to make a leap forward in the middle-income status. I pray all this in the matchless name of our Lord and our precious Savior, Jesus Christ. And the peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of His Son, Jesus Christ. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, keep you, Your Excellency, Mama Janety, and the family. Keep the nation of Uganda now and always.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. O Allah, Lord of all creation, we gather here today in gratitude as your servant, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, takes oath for another term in office. Bless him, his family, and his government with wisdom, justice, and compassion. Strengthen them to uphold the fairness, protect the weak, and promote prosperity in Uganda. O Allah, we pray for the institutions of governance, parliament, judiciary, and all leaders. Grant them integrity, humility, and sincerity in service. Inspire them to judge with justice, protect the rights of the people, uphold the trust placed upon them. O Allah, you said in the Holy Quran, Inna Allah ya'murukum an tu'addu al-amanati ila ahliha. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trust to whom they are due. And when you judge between people, to judge with justice. O Allah, guide Uganda to continued peace and stability. Extend your mercy to East Africa, to Africa and the world at large. Unite our people in cooperation and mutual respect. Remove division and conflict and replace them with harmony and brotherhood. O Allah, we pray to you to make Uganda a beacon of stability, East Africa a region of unity, and Africa a continent of strength and dignity. We pray all this in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you very much, the clergy. It is now my honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency Jessica Alupo Epel, who is our Director of Ceremonies, to come and take us through the swearing-in proceedings. You're welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, President-elect, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, and other distinguished heads of delegations, the Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament of Uganda, and your colleagues, speakers of various national assemblies, who will be introduced later, the Right Honorable Chief Justice Flavian Zeija, the first national vice chairman of the National Resistance Movement, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, and your colleagues, the Secretary Generals of the ruling parties from across Africa and beyond, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations and diplomatic missions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today to witness a moment of profound constitutional significance, the swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda. This solemn occasion is enshrined in Article 98, Clause 3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which expressly mandates that before assuming the high office of President, a person duly elected to that office shall take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the presidential oath, as prescribed in the fourth schedule of our Constitution. It is therefore in fulfillment of this sacred constitutional duty and honor of the democracy and the will of the people of Uganda that we convene here today to bear witness as the President-elect formally assumes the mantle of leadership of our great nation, Uganda. Excellencies, we are at the verge of the defining moment of our day today. As I have just said, I now take this opportunity to invite the chairperson of the Electoral Commission to proceed to the swearing-in podium for the swearing-in and inauguration protocols. Justice Simon Biabakama, please take the stage. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the commencement of the exact reason, the procedure of the exact reason why we are here.
Let us first give reverence to the Most High God, who has enabled us all to gather here, breathing in this fresh air which is not paid for or supplied by anybody. We live in Him, of Him, and by Him. To Him, therefore, be the glory forever and ever. Amen. The President-elect, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, together with your entourage, Your Excellencies, the visiting heads of state and government, the leaders of delegations and representatives of government, Your Excellencies, the former heads of state present, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me have the honor, first of all, to introduce to you my colleagues, the members of the Uganda Electoral Commission, with whom we strive to navigate through the, at times, turbulent electoral waters. Hajati Aisha Lubega, Deputy Chairperson. Commissioner Stephen Tashovia, Commissioner Peter Emerald, Commissioner Caroline Bainemari, Commissioner Dr. Simba Kayunga Sali, Commissioner Anthony Okello, together with our Secretary to the Commission, Mr. Richard Babo Kamugisha, and all the staff of the Electoral Commission who are here present. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Uganda, I wish to welcome you all to this solemn occasion where we are about to witness the swearing in of the President-elect of the Republic of Uganda for the next 5 years. Sorry. Distinguished guests, Article 601, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda uncompromisingly requires the Electoral Commission to hold presidential, general parliamentary, and local government elections within the first 30 days of the last 122 days before the expiration of the term of the President, Parliament, or local government councils, as the case may be. According to Article 105, Clause 1 of the Constitution, the person elected as President of Uganda shall hold office for a term of 5 years. Now, having been sworn in and assumed office on the 12th of May 2021, the term of the office holder expires today, therefore. And Article 105, Clause 3, explicitly states that the office of the President shall become vacant on the expiration of the period specified in this article. The lowering of the national flag we have just witnessed signifies that the said office is vacant as we talk now. But do not get alarmed or start developing strange ideas. We are going to fill that void in a few moments from now. Accordingly, the Electoral Commission, in fulfillment of Articles 61(2) and 105(1) of the Constitution, organized, conducted, and held presidential elections on Thursday, the 15th of January, 2026. Articles 103, Clause 7 of the Constitution and Section 59 of the Presidential Elections Act require the Electoral Commission to ascertain, publish, and declare the results of the presidential election within 48 hours from the close of polling, I'm glad to announce the Electoral Commission accomplished that onerous task on the 17th of January 2026 when it declared the final results. Let me unequivocally state it here that the Commission complied with all the requirements of the law regarding the handling of the results, right from the polling station to the district tally center and to the national tally center. From the declared results, candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni emerged as the winner, he having satisfied the requirements of Article 103, Clause 4 of the Constitution and Section 54, Subsection 4 of the Presidential Elections Act, which stipulate that, I quote, a candidate shall not be declared elected as president unless the number of votes cast in favor of that candidate at the presidential election is more than 50% of the valid votes cast at the election. End of quote. Candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni obtained 71.6% of the valid votes cast, which was well over and above the 50% threshold, and was therefore declared elected president. I do congratulate you, candidate Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, for being elected president of the Republic of Uganda for another term. I also congratulate your team, which worked tirelessly to ensure that you secure this victory. I also congratulate all the candidates who offered themselves and participated in the presidential, parliamentary, and local government councils elections. On behalf of the Commission, I further extend our deep appreciation to all our esteemed stakeholders in the electoral process. These include the government, which wholly and fully funded all the electoral programs, the political parties and organizations that offered candidates and also participated in this process, the civil society organizations, education organizations, the media, our development partners, security agencies, election observers, religious leaders, cultural leaders, among others, for all the support and the various roles you played to ensure successful, peaceful conduct and conclusion of the general election. However, our greatest gratitude goes to all those persons who constitute the opening words of our Constitution, printed in capital letters, quote, "We, the people of Uganda." On the 15th of January 2026, the millions of citizens who are registered voters left their homes and proceeded to their respective polling stations. 50,739 stations scattered in all corners of the country for the singular purpose of exercising their sovereign power enshrined in Article 1 of the Constitution. The said article expressly states that, quote, "The people shall express their will and consent on who shall govern them and how they should be governed through regular, free and fair elections of their representatives or through referenda. End of quote. In so doing, the citizens of this country demonstrated their unflinching resolve and awareness that the destiny of this country lies solely in their hands. Further, that whatever the challenges or distortions on the democratic path, these can and shall always be resolved by Ugandans and here in this country. They rejected fear and embraced hope, realizing that the enormous potential available in this wonderfully gifted country can only be harnessed in an environment of peace and stability. They have therefore rejected any form of instability. It is for the same reasons that the people of Uganda maintained an environment of peace and tranquility, respecting one another as they calmly went about the business of casting their votes for the candidate of one's choice. I salute you, the citizens of this country, for enabling today's event to take place. Needless to say, if you are not going out to vote in those polling stations, we most probably, would not be here. And now, on behalf of the Electoral Commission, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce to you all the President-elect, the one whom, out of 8 candidates, the people of Uganda preferred, Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni. And I would ask him to step forward and come to the podium. Mr. President-elect, can you please come to the podium? My Lord, the Chief Justice, I also ask you to come to the podium and preside over the next proceedings. Chief Justice of Uganda, accompanied by the Chief Registrar and the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet. Madame Lucy, please come to the podium. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, I hereby present to you Yoweri Tibuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, the President-elect, he having fulfilled all requirements as directed by the Constitution and the Presidential Elections Act. You can now proceed to administer the oath of allegiance and the oath of the President so that the people of Uganda can have the President they preferred after so many. Long live the people of Uganda. Long live the people of East Africa. Long live the people of Africa. For God and my country, thank you very much. God bless you.
Holiday! Yes!
Yoweri Tumwabura Kaguta Museveni swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me God. I, Yoweri Tumwabura Kaguta Museveni, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I shall faithfully exercise the functions of the President of Uganda and shall uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and observe the laws of Uganda, and that I shall promote the welfare of the people of Uganda. So help me God.
His Excellency the President has successfully taken the oath of allegiance and the oath of presidency. He is now signing on the respective protocols. Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a new president. Who will take us through the presidential term 2026-2031. Thank you, NRM cadres. Thank you, NRM leaders. Thank you, NRM mobilizers. His Excellency the President is signing And the Chief Justice is leading him through that procedure. His Excellency the President will now receive the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda. He has received the Constitution. His Excellency is now receiving the national flag. Those are the instruments of power. Next, His Excellency the President is going to receive the Presidential Standard Flag. His Excellency the President has received the Presidential Standard Flag. Instruments of power. He has received the national anthem, the Uganda national anthem. And His Excellency the President is now receiving the National Coat of Arms. The National Coat of Arms. And he is, last but not least, receiving the public seal. His Excellency the President has received the public seal. So our newly elected President, who has successfully been sworn in and inaugurated, has received all the 6 instruments of power.
Yes!
The Constitution, the national flag, the Presidential Standard Flag, the national anthem, the national coat of arms, and the public seal. He has also received the Chief of Defense Forces has handed over to His Excellency the President the instrument of power of the Republic of Uganda. The head of public service is the custodian of the instruments of power, and they have indeed been handed over to her. His Excellency the President is now proceeding to receive the national salute. Parade Commander. After His Excellency the President receives the presidential salute, we shall have the national anthem concurrently with the 21-gun salute. Parade Commander.
geuka nyuma. Nyuma, geuka. Mistari nyuma. Mwana nakaa. Musakat. Bara, tembea. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri wa Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, gwaride rasmi la kuapisha iliyoandaliwa na Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda iko tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
His Excellency the President is now proceeding to inspect the parade for the first time as the newly inaugurated President of the Republic of Uganda. Excellencies, the presidential standard flag was earlier lowered, but it has now been hoisted, marking the beginning of the presidential term 2026-2031.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and regimen, a very big round of applause to Her Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Jessica Lupo, for managing very well that segment of the program. We earlier on saw the President take the oath of allegiance, the oath of the President, and then receive the instruments of power of the Republic of Uganda. He also received the instruments of national defense from the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, Special Operations General Moses Kainerugaba, and those included the shield and the scimitar of the General's sword, and they were well received, and we now have the President fully in charge as willed by the majority of the people of Uganda on 15th January 2026. His Excellency the President is inspecting the parade, which is now in the Alpha and Omega formation for the first time as President in the new term 2026-2031. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor of Special Operations, General Moses Kainerugaba, and the Parade Commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Asinguza. Once the President and Commander-in-Chief has concluded inspecting the parade, we will have the parade march past in slow and quick time, and also an arms display of selected UPDF arms. They will join in after the parade has marched past in a quick time. And the UPDF arms expected to join the parade are the UPDF paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and finally, by some platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. The newly sworn President of the Republic of Uganda for the new term 2026-2031 is still inspecting the parade. The UPDF arms that will join the parade later on are the paratroopers, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, anti-aircraft systems, and the Uganda People's Defense Forces. The Uganda People's Defense Forces will have, the Uganda People's Defense Air Forces will have the Cobra formation, composed of helicopters, the Sparrow formation, the Eagle formation, the Puma formation, and the Tiger formation. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief, accompanied by the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor for Special Operations, is just about to conclude the noble duty of inspecting the parade as Commander-in-Chief for the first time in the new administration that will run from this day, May 12, 2026 to May 12, 2031.
Mheshimiwa Rais.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President-elect, now sworn in President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the UPDF, has finished inspecting the parade. He will shortly be ushered into his position, and then we will have the parade march in slow and quick time, followed by arms display elements that will also participate in the parade, and thereafter the parade will march in review order. Earlier on, we witnessed the noble and constitutional duty performed by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda. We also thank Her Excellency the Vice President for managing that part of the program very well. His Excellency the President is resuming his position, the very, very important persons, tent, and thereafter the parade commander will take over and conduct the parade in slow and quick time. The parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Singuza has invited the brass band composed of the UPDF, the Uganda Police, and the Uganda Prison Service to assume their position as the parade prepares for the march past in slow and quick time.
Napita mbele kwa heshima, kwa mwendo wa pole na mwendo wa haraka. Kikundi cha kwanza chuongoza kwa ujumla, chapa miguu.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the color party is right in front of the dais, and we salute the color party. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the parade is now in slow march. Enjoy the parade. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the parade has switched to quick march. And at the end of the quick march, we will have UPDF arms that I earlier pointed out joining the parade. The paratroopers under the Special Forces Command, the Artillery Division, the Motorized Infantry Division, some of our anti-aircraft systems, and the air platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. A very colorful parade on a very auspicious occasion, and the weather is beautiful indeed. Just what we would have wished for. The color party is right here with us in quick march. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, like I had earlier alerted you, the parade is now being joined by UPDF arms. We will have the paratroopers land on these grounds anytime from now. But in the meantime, the arms display is led by the UPDF Artillery Division. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing now in front of you is some of the UPDF arms that have joined the parade at this point. led by the UPDF Artillery Division. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the story of the UPDF has been told for a long time, but every time the story is as fascinating to listen to as the first time. The UPDF traces its humble beginnings to the National Resistance Army, a small guerrilla force that launched a protracted people's struggle in February 1981 under the indefatigable leadership and visionary leader of the resistance, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. This was a small and tiny group of fighters, 42 in number, 27 armed, which attacked Kabamba on February 6, 1981. In 1986, the NRA became the National Army, and upon the adoption of the 1995 Constitution, was renamed the Uganda People's Defense Forces. The NRA, now UPDF, has transformed over the years, and these are some of the very modern equipment in the possession of the Uganda People's Defense Forces that has ensured we keep the peace and security in our country and contribute to regional peace and stabilization operations. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, in front of you are still elements of the UPDF Artillery Division. Today, the UPDF is a very robust and modern, powerful military force that has achieved many things over the years. The peace and security, which I just talked about, anchored on key modernization and professionalization themes such as equipped and trained for combat and peace support operations. And indeed, what you see here are some of those arms that define the UPDF as a modern, experienced combat force that is ready to do its job. The Field Artillery Division is commanded by Major General Daniel Kakono. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, right now in front of you are elements of the motorized infantry division of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. These are armored fighting vehicles, very important force multipliers on the battlefield that work closely with infantry troops to achieve our military objectives. These are elements of the Motorized Infantry Division. The UPDF is equipped and trained for combat, and we are ready for any assignment as guided by the President and the Commander-in-Chief. The UPDF has also greatly enhanced its rapid deployment capability and our ability to sustain the tempo of operations in any environment. As you can see, the different arms of the UPDF imply the UPDF's well-attained capability to conduct joint combined operations, enhancing our interoperability between the different services and arms, and ensuring we keep at pace with modern technology systems. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these are still elements of the UPDF Motorized Infantry Division. As a modern, well-constituted and organized People's Army, the UPDF is made up of 4 services. We have the Land Forces, the Air Forces, the Special Forces Command, and the Reserve Force. The UPDF Artillery Division and the Motorized Infantry Division are ground-based force multipliers that support the infantry to decisively achieve their military objective. The Uganda People's Defense Forces are well trained, well equipped, and there is no task that is too difficult for the UPDF to achieve. Indeed, as a reminder, and especially as information for some of our visitors today, the NRA, now Uganda People's Defense Forces, since the 1995 Constitution, has decisively defeated close to 30 insurgent groups that sought to destabilize the hard-won peace and stability in our country. We are aware that our immediate post-independence history was nothing but volatile. A period of great instability that was characterized by military dictatorships and governments of the day that had no respect for human rights, that instituted state-inspired violence against defenseless citizens. And as the Motorized Infantry Division concluded their march past, we are now joined, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, by some of the UPDF and aircraft systems that have now also joined the parade. What you are seeing before you are some of the UPDF and aircraft systems. They supplement the efforts of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force to keep Uganda's airspace safe and secure, and to engage from the ground hostile objects in the air within the territory of the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the functions of the Defense Forces include the preservation and defense of our sovereignty and territorial integrity of this country. And as you can see, we are well equipped to undertake that function. We also cooperate with and support the civilian authority in national emergencies and other disasters. And most importantly, we promote and foster strong harmony and understanding between the Defense Forces and the wananchi. Your Excellencies, before you are still some of the systems of the Uganda People's Defense Forces and aircraft capabilities. They are part of this parade. Any moment now, we will also witness the dropping of paratroopers on these very grounds. The other arm of the UPDF, the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, will also join the parade any moment from now, approaching these parade grounds from the eastern direction. From its early beginnings and its inception, the UPDF has been built on a strong foundation of discipline, ethics, and accountability. We respect the rule of law, we respect human rights, and we adhere to our military code of conduct. And those who fail to keep pace with the laws of Uganda and those of the military, we have our justice systems that ensure we remain a disciplined and accountable force. And perhaps our strongest and most important force multiplier is our strong civil-military cooperation. The UPDF is because of the strong support we get from the wananchi, but also quite significant has been the consistent and visionary support and the guidance of His Excellency the President and the Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, that has turned us into what we are. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests here, our paratroopers are already airborne. Our paratroopers are already airborne, and they will be landing on these very grounds. In 1986, and even in the 1990s, the UPDF did not have any special forces, let alone paratroopers to talk about.
This one's up with you obstructing the people there so they can come down.
And in this respect, I want to salute the Chief of Defense Forces and Senior Presidential Advisor, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, who was for a long time the commander of the Special Forces Command and who oversaw the development and improved capability of Uganda's Special Forces and the paratroopers whom we are about to see land on these very, very special ceremonial grounds here at Kololo. Our paratroopers are already airborne. Those who have and still possess good sight have probably already seen some, and they are descending here in a very controlled and orderly fashion. These are your own sons and daughters. Paratroopers, a very important element of the Special Forces Command. Mwena batulaba Abannayuganda abali wano n'abagenyi baffe abakulu yonna gye muli, tuli ku mukolo wano e Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, mukolo mukulu, mukolo munene ogubadde gw'okulayiza omukulembeze w'eggwanga ayalondebwa n'Abannayuganda mu ngeri nnene nnyo ng'ayina 71.65% ey'obululu bwonna. Paredi yaffe eyeggatiddwako n'ebimu ebibinja ebikulu ebya UPDF okubadde Artillery Division edduumirwa Major General Daniel Kakono, the Motorized Infantry Division edduumirwa Major General Charles Byanyima, UPDF and Aircraft Systems ezidduumirwa Brigadier General Kasauli, aba paratroopers, aba UPDF, abadduumirwa Special Forces Command, Commander wa Special Forces gyali wano Major General David Mugisha ng'ayambibwako mumyuka we Brigadier General Asaf Nyakikuru ne Parade Commander aduumira ekibinja ekisooka kya Special Forces Group Brigadier General John Bosco Singuza era nga ye Parade Commander olunaku olwaleero. UPDF ezimbye obukugu n'obumalirivu nti tusobola okukuuma eggwanga lyaffe bulungi. So waliwo omu paratrooper alandinze wano munamagye owa UPDF atuuse avudde mu bbanga. Buno bwe bukugu bwe tugamba obwa UPDF bwerina, era nga ebibinja bino byonna ebya UPDF bikolaganira wamu okulaba nti tukuuma eddembe mu ggwanga lyaffe ne mu operation zonna ze tubeeramu mu mirirwana gyaffe okulaba nti tulina eddembe mu nsi yaffe n'abalirwana baffe. UPDF twagala si ggwanga lyokka naye tulina n'obuvunaanyizibwa bw'okulaba nti tukolera wamu nga Africa okukuuma eddembe n'okulaakulanya kontinenti yaffe eya Africa. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, we've seen some of our paratrooper commandos who are landing. They descended from very high in the skies and they have joined the parade, and they were indeed part of the parade. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, some of the air platforms of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force that I talked about earlier are inbound. They are approaching these parade grounds from the eastern direction. They are approaching these grounds from the eastern direction. They are led by the Cobra formation. The Cobra formation is composed of one Mi-17 helicopter piloted by Colonel Hassan Waiswa, and he is the pilot in command. It is in the front and it is carrying the national flag. We have another Mi-17 helicopter in the rear, and we have two escort attack helicopters, one Mi-24 helicopter gunship on the right and one Mi-28 helicopter gunship on the left. They are also part of the parade. And the pilot in command, Colonel Hassan Waiswa, has a message for His Excellency the President.
Modern and secure future for all Ugandans. All this for the sake of the state. Long live your parents, the president and commander in chief. For God and my country.
That was Colonel Hassan Waiswa. He has congratulated His Excellency the President for assuming the highest office in the land. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the different arms on display of the Uganda People's Defense Forces indicate our acquired capabilities to engage in joint combined operations. These elements work together to achieve one military objective. Here we have the helicopters in Cobra formation. Here they are, and they are part of the parade activities. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the Cobra formation is followed by the Sparrow formation. The Uganda People's Defense Air Force has different types of aircraft for different tasks, for different assignments, and all of them work together to achieve the same mission. We have transport aircraft, we have combat aircraft of all types, we have surveillance aircraft of all types, and we have aircrafts for different combat roles. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, approaching the parade grounds is the Sparrow formation of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, and they are part of the parade. The parade is still ongoing with the participation of these select UPDF arms, and right now what we are watching before us is the Uganda People's Defense Air Force platforms. The Sparrow formation is followed by the Eagle formation. All these aircrafts, ladies and gentlemen, are piloted by Ugandan pilots, well trained, They know their job, and all Ugandans, wherever you are, you should be very proud of what your sons and daughters have been able to achieve. For instance, the pilot in command is Colonel Hassan Waiswa, a senior pilot. We have other pilots in helicopters we earlier saw, and flying overhead are the Eagle Formation, also of the Uganda People's Defense Air Force. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, next on display from the Uganda People's Defense Air Force is the Puma Formation. The Puma Formation is inbound here on the parade grounds. Puma 1, piloted by Captain Nathan Mwebaza, the pilot in command. Puma 2, piloted by Captain Ronald Baluku, the pilot in command. Puma 3, piloted by Captain Ronald Bogere, pilot in command. And Puma 4, piloted by Captain Stephen Bainomujisa, the pilot in command. And here they are. Puma Formation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will have one of the Puma 4 aircraft coming back here on the parade grounds to conduct some maneuvers. And as I will remind you, the Uganda People's Defense Forces is composed of 4 services: the Land Forces, the Air Forces, the Special Forces, and the Reserve Force. All the 4 different services of the Uganda People's Defense Forces have been on display this afternoon. Puma 4 is here, one of our elite pilots. Puma 4, piloted by Captain Stephen Bainomujisa. Puma 4 is coming for one more round. And Puma 4 will be followed by the Tiger Sukhoi. And it is also inbound on this very significant and special ceremonial grounds. It is here and will be joining the parade any moment from now. Puma 4 is coming to exit and will be followed by the Tiger Sukhoi. Puma 4 is now exiting the parade grounds. Quite impressive indeed. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the last presentation from the Uganda People's Defense Air Force, the Tiger Sukhoi, and here it is on the parade grounds. The Tiger Sukhoi has joined the parade ground and is piloted by Lieutenant Emmanuel Sajabi, the pilot in command, and he is co-pilot. And the co-pilot is Lieutenant Sam Mwasibwe. There it is, Lieutenant Emmanuel Sajabi and Lieutenant Sam Mwasibwe in charge of the Tiger Sukhoi. The Tiger Sukhoi Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the parade. We thank His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who joined us on this very special occasion and who is bidding us farewell. But the function continues back to the parade commander. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, that was the full UPDF parade. That was augmented by UPDF arms on display, the artillery division, the motorized infantry division, some of the UPDF anti-aircraft systems, the UPDF Defense Air Force, the UPDF Defense Forces Air Force, and the paratroopers under the Special Forces Command.
Kafia Chitwana tu. Jeshi la Ulinzi la Wananchi wa Uganda, heshima na utii kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu. Viva Rais wa Uganda! Viva wananchi wa Uganda! Viva Jeshi la Ulinzi la Wananchi wa Uganda! Kafia Chitwana, welcome.
The parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Kasinguza, is coming to ask for permission from His Excellency the President to remove the color party.
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa gwaride. Naomba kutoa bendera uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais. Torja bendera! Taa bendera uwanjani! Gwaride! Salamu ya bendera! Heshima yetu!
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, the President and Commander-in-Chief, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, granted permission to the parade commander, Brigadier General John Bosco Kasinguza, to march off the colors from the parade. And what you are seeing is the process of marching off the colors, which have been duly received by the military police brigade under tight escort. Indeed, And that's how much the security services revere the national colors, the national flag, and the flag of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. We thank the Excellencies, heads of state and government who made time to join His Excellency the President on this very special function when he took oath of office for the new term 2026-2031. The Excellencies and heads of state and government will be leaving at an appropriate time and in an orderly and organized way. We've already had the President of DRC, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, who has left us. We thank him for making time. And he will be followed by His Excellency President Salva Kiir of South Sudan, who will also leave, and he will be followed by His Excellency the President of Burundi. His Excellency the President of Burundi will be followed by His Excellency the President of Togo, and we will continue to announce as appropriate when our distinguished heads of state and government leave these grounds. We request the members of the public and all distinguished guests in your respective capacities to remain seated. Remain seated.
Gwanda tatoka wanjani kwa mwendo wa rock. Usawa clear kwa ujumla. Clear! Go!
Congratulations, Parade Commander Brigadier General John Bosco Singuza, for a job well done. A big round of applause. He has now handed over the parade to the parade second in command, Colonel Stuart Agawa. Colonel Stuart Agawa, who will now proceed to march off the parade from the parade square. We salute the gallant officers, men and women who have participated in today's parade, including the different arms of UPDF. So, marching off. After that, they will be.
Congratulations.
Huh?
Congratulations.
Yes. And then invite His Excellency the heads of state, and then address the nation. She introduces.
Shall follow the performances.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the officers, men and women who have given us a very colorful parade performance. Thank you very much. I will now hand over back to my co-MC, the Permanent Secretary Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Vincent Vajire, who will in turn invite the Director of Ceremonies, Her Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Jessica Alupo. Over to you, Honorable Vincent Vajire.
Thank you very much. Colonel Chris Magezi, and indeed the commander of the parade, for that excellent job that you have done. Your Excellency and distinguished guests, the Director of Ceremonies, Our Excellency the Vice President, will now congratulate His Excellency the President upon assumption of the highest office in the land, and thereafter she shall introduce visiting heads of state and government to His Excellency the President, Your Excellency Jessica Alupo.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, the parade commander has taken us through a very spectacular parade, march past to defend the national interests of the people of Uganda, and indeed to secure the whole country and the region. Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, and other distinguished heads of delegations, the Right Honorable Anita Among, the Speaker of Uganda Parliament, and your colleagues, the Speaker of the Senate of Kenya, the Right Honorable Kingi Amason, the Chairperson of the National Council of Namibia, the Right Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, the Right Honorable Joseph Ngere Pasiko, the Speaker of the Transitional National Assembly of South Sudan, Her Excellency Mako Memory Chinomona, President of the Senate of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, Right Honorable Joseph Ndakiru Chimana, Speaker of East African Legislative Assembly, Right Honorable Dr. Ashebil Wolde-Giorgis Gayo, First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice Flavian Zeja, the Chief Justice of Uganda, the Right Honorable Haji Moses Kibongo, the First National Vice Chairman of the National Resistance Movement, the Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, Right Honorable Richard Todong, and your colleagues, Secretary Generals from sister parties, including Honorable Professor Abdel Karim Ben Barek, Secretary General of the National Liberation Front of Algeria, Honorable Dr. Asha Rose Migiro, Secretary General of Chama Chama Penduzi of Tanzania, the Honorable Mr. Fikile Mbalula, Secretary General of the African National Congress of South Africa, the Senator Hassan Omar Hassan of the United Democratic Alliance of Kenya, the Right Honorable Reverend Rio, Secretary General of the National Council of the Defense of Democratic Forces of Defense of Democracy of Burundi, and Honorable Dr. Akol Paul Kodid, Secretary General of the Sudan People's Liberation Movement of South Sudan, and the Zimbabwe African National Union Patriotic Front, the Right Honorable Abedlicho Mchube, Right Honorable Dr. Justin Nsengiyumva, Prime Minister of the Rwanda Patriotic Front, and the Honorable Atupele Austin Muluzi, President of the United Democratic Front of Malawi. My colleagues, ministers present, excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions, honorable members of parliament and other political leaders present, our cultural leaders, our religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I am now left with two brief items to present to you, and then I will proceed to welcome you to speak to us. And the first of the two brief items is to congratulate you. Your Excellency, I wish in a special way to welcome all delegations that have come from far and near to be part of this historic occasion. I take the singular honor to congratulate Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, on your election victory and indeed on your swearing in and inauguration, which has just taken place. Your Excellency's score of 71.65% in the 2026 presidential elections is evidence of the massive support that you and the NRM enjoy in the country. Your victory in all areas across the country also symbolizes your achievements, popularity, and the comprehension by all the people of Uganda in the politics of interests. Allow me to use this very opportunity to congratulate and thank the NRM party that nominated you as their preferred candidate and supported your re-election. I would like to thank all the candidates that participated in the electoral process at the presidential level, members of parliament, and in all other local government electoral positions. A very warm congratulations and thank you to you all Ugandans that took part and exercised your right to choose leaders at all levels. In a special way, Your Excellency, I wish to thank all those who rendered support in any way that they did for you, our candidate, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, during and after campaigns. Finally, today is an occasion to celebrate our constitutional order. The preparation for the entire election process was done in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. For that, I would like to thank the Electoral Commission for the meticulous preparation and execution of the elections under the law. This swearing-in ceremony is therefore a testimony that constitutionalism remains our pillar in exercising our mandate. I wish in a special way to thank the armed forces, the UPDF, the Uganda Police, Uganda prisons, and the intelligence services for securing the country during the entire elections period and for the peace and stability that has set the foundation for the economic growth of our country with the speculated $500 billion GDP annually in a very near future. Once again, Your Excellency, I extend my congratulations to you and wish you good health and success in the coming term of office 2026-2031. Lastly, Your Excellency, I associate with the theme of this swearing-in and inauguration ceremony, i.e., protecting the gains as we make a qualitative leap to the higher middle-income status and look forward to the new term of office. I thank you once again for joining us in your respective delegations on this momentous occasion. I am now left with one item, Your Excellency, and that is to quickly introduce to you the guests here present with us and all the people of Uganda. Firstly, Your Excellency, we are joined by His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Second, we have Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, we also have His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. We have here with us His Excellency Fure Ezozina Gazimbe, President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Togo. And we also have His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan. Your Excellency, we do have His Excellency Brahim Gali, President of Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. We also have His Excellency Felix Anthony Tshisekedi, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. He left just a few minutes ago. Your Excellency, we are joined by His Excellency Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Gabonese Republic. And we do have His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. And we do have His Excellency Taye Aske Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, permit me to introduce representatives of the heads of state and government here present. His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency General Dr. C.G. Chiwenga and his dear spouse, Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. We have Her Excellency Gabriela Savila Jimenez Ramirez, Vice President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And we have the Right Honorable Dr. Titunga Elijah Ngurare, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia. Next is the Right Honorable Dr. Justin Nzenguyumba, Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda. And His Excellency Manuel Osa Msue Msua, Prime Minister of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. And we have Senator Thulisile Dala, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Your Excellency, may I also take this opportunity to introduce to you the former heads of state and government who have graced this occasion with their physical presence. We do have His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are joined by His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn Boshe, former Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, you are joined by His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania. We are also joined by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President. Thank you. Former President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I further take this opportunity to introduce and welcome the following representatives of the heads of state and government here present. We have His Excellency Azuz Nasri, President of the Senate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. His Excellency Lausanne Jamkan, Special Envoy and Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the People's Republic of China. We have Senator George Akuma, Secretary to the Government of the Federation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And His Excellency Abdoulaye Diop, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Mali. We do have Dr. Eugenio Butale, Minister of International Relations of the Republic of Botswana. And we are joined by Her Excellency Olga Gisalaine Ebok Babakas, Minister of Social Development of the Republic of Congo. Your Excellency, we are joined by Honorable Angie Motsheka, Minister of Defense and Military Veterans of the Republic of South Africa. We have His Excellency Sheikh Kabud bin Nahan Al Nahan, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. We have Her Excellency Onishi Yohei, Parliamentary Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan. We have His Excellency Ata Sadorov, Leader of the Democratic Party of the Republic of Turkmenistan. And we have His Excellency Mr. Dionisio Manuel da Fonseca, Minister of State and Chief of Civil House to the President of the Republic of Angola. We have Honorable Bella Chakesova, Deputy Minister of Digital Development, Communications and Mass Media of the Russian Federation. We have Honorable James Gaka, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana. We are joined by His Excellency Engineer Walid bin Abdul Karim Al-Kareji, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have Honorable Mr. Jayan Chaudhry, Minister of State for Education, Skills and Development of the Republic of India. We have Mr. Nicholas Cheka, Senior Bureau Official for African Affairs of the United States of America. We have His Excellency Ambassador Aden Hassan Aden, Special Envoy of the Republic of Djibouti. And we have His Excellency Dr. Mutiba Luabelwa, Executive Secretary of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. And we do have Honorable Ambassador Stephen Patrick Mbudi, Secretary General of the East African Community. And we have His Excellency Dr. Wokne Gebedehu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. And we have Your Excellency in our presence, His Excellency Ambassador Hadadi Selma Malika, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. We have His Excellency Wang Gong, the Special Envoy for the Horn of Africa of the United Nations. And last but not least, we have Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners accredited to Uganda, representing respective heads of state and government. And we have, Your Excellency, all members of cabinet present here, all members of parliament present here, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Secretary General ODM in Kenya, Honorable Catherine Omanyu. Your Excellency, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite you to address us. The floor is yours, sir.
Very nice speech.
Excellencies, the heads of state who graced this occasion, as you heard the presidents, His Excellency Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi, His Excellency Fauri Nassime, President of Togo, His Excellency Ibrahim Gali, Saharan Republic, His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, Democratic Republic of Congo, our sister, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu, Tanzania, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, Somalia, His Excellency Oligui Nguema, Gabon, His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, Mozambique, His Excellency Taye Serasi, Ethiopia, and His Excellency Salva Kiir, South Sudan, and the Vice Presidents. So, Your Excellencies, I welcome you to Uganda, and I thank you so much for showing solidarity with us. Now, among these Excellencies who are here, you know, the Ugandans, especially the Bazukulu, the young people. Bazukulu Jemuri, Jemuri na ye bisiga temufanya kubitegereza. Mutogera mutogezi. Nzenje janjari wano. Ngenda kubasomesa. I'm telling these grandchildren, Your Excellencies, I'm telling the grandchildren that they don't know much of the history. So on this occasion, I want to thank the people of Tanzania because we are here celebrating how Uganda is developing now, how UPDF is strong and so on. But the one who gave us the foundation was Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere. And I'm glad Our Excellency Samia is here, and I'm telling you in her presence, I'm telling you people. So never forget Tanzania. Then we have got a very tall man. I had not met him before. Our son from Mozambique, the tall man, you stand up and they see you. He's a very tall man. He's the new president of Mozambique. Mozambique, working with Mwalimu, are the ones who helped us to build this force which you see here. The 28 people I trained in Montepuez, 1976-78, are the ones who built this army which you see here. Then there is the Vice President of Kenya. When Ugandans were running away, many of them would run to Kenya. So those countries in particular, I want you to know how they helped us. I thank all the excellencies who have come here, and the vice presidents, and the prime ministers, and the ministers who have come here. They have shown solidarity with us. I thank them so much. Now, Your Excellencies, the visiting heads of state, heads of government, and heads of delegations, Her Excellency the Vice President of Uganda and other leaders, all the wananchi, especially the Bazukuru, muri mucha Bazukuru. N'abana Uganda balala bonna nafa abakadde temutwerabira. Habari nzuri wote. Mungu asifiwe. Apoyo Lubanga yebazibwe Katonda. Congratulations on the series of elections that we have been having ever since the 15th of January 2026. These were the presidential and parliamentary elections, district chairpersons, district councillors, sub-county chairpersons, and sub-county councillors. I especially congratulate our party NRM for winning all those elections with big majorities. Abana Uganda, mwebale kuwagira NRM. I also congratulate the other parties, such as the DP, the UPC, ETC, that participated in the elections without using violence, unlike the party of NUP and some few elements of FDC that were using violence. The parties under IPOD should clearly lay out agreed guidelines on the do's and the don'ts of election management, according to the laws and the Constitution of Uganda. This Kisanja Excellencies, is our term for a period. This Kisanja should be regarded as a Kisanja of no more sleep for all Ugandans. Kino ekisanja twetwetaaga abantu okwebaka ate nibeekwasa kino nibeekwasa kiri so ng'eddagala liwe liri. This Kisanja should be regarded as a Kisanja of no more sleep for Ugandans. With the advent of the NRM ever since 1986, the families that cared to listen to our message got out of poverty. Amaka agawulirizwa okuwabula kwaffe ne bakola baabadda mu bwavu. I'm telling these my Ugandans that the families who have listened to our advice and worked the way we advised them, they got out of poverty. Do you want proof? Mwetaaga obukakafu kambubalage, nze nkozesa firimu sikozesa lugambo. Show us the real estate around Kampala. Show us. Mutulage. Show properly, don't switch off. You see all those houses? All those are new houses. And they are built by your own Ugandans. They are not built by foreigners. Yes, there are poor people in Uganda, but there are also those rich people you see there who listened and took advantage. Look at the real estate explosion around the Kampala Entebbe area, even before you go to other parts of Uganda. In the last elections, I reminded you of the Matafari Emiganda contributions that the NRM has put on the House of Uganda in the last 40 years. Excellencies, during the campaign, I told these young people that NRM in the last 40 years has put a Matafari, which is our word for bricks, has put 7 Matafari on the House of Uganda. In other words, the NRM has made 7 contributions to Uganda in the last 40 years. The first one, peace brought about by the NRM ideology of rejecting the politics of sectarianism caused by the reliance by the opportunists on the ideology of emphasizing identity of tribes, identity of religion, instead of emphasizing the interests of wealth creators that depend on their own sweat and developed countries. This is brick number 1. When we rejected the politics of sectarianism, of identity, of tribe, of religion. That's how we're able to unite the people. That's why we win on the first round, because the majority of the people are always with us. All these Bisanja, all these terms, 7 terms, we have never had a real run. We have never had anything below 50%. Why? Because we emphasized the politics of unity, not the politics of sectarianism, not the politics of identity, religion, tribes. If you say religion, there's no religion in Uganda which is majority. If you say sectarian tribe, there's no tribe which is majority. We will not get these numbers. So this is brick number 1, which we put on the Uganda House. Second point, development in the form of economic infrastructure, such as roads, electricity, the piped water, the railways, airports, telephones, etc., and social infrastructure in the form of schools, health centers. You can see some of those there on the screen. Number C, the brick number 3, wealth. You remember, I've been telling you, Enkura Kurana, in Swahili we say, maendeleo. But you can have maendeleo, in Swahili we must also have utajiri, wealth. So some people have been talking of roads, railway, electricity, but they never talk about wealth. And this is a mistake. So, from the beginning, we have been telling you that maendeleo, enkurakurana, development, yes, but utajiri, wealth, must be there. Obugaga. And the wealth is by whom? Utajiri ni wa nani? Unaweza kuwa utajiri wa serikali, utajiri wa watu binafsi, utajiri wa familia, utajiri wa company. The wealth can be for the government, parastatal, can be for the individuals, can be for the family or companies. So it is very crucial. And in the case of Uganda, we have been telling you that the wealth is in the 4 sectors: commercial agriculture, manufacturing and artisanship, services, and ICT. If you want wealth, these are the 4 sectors where wealth is. Then number 4, it is now the wealth. Once people create wealth, the wealth creates jobs. You cannot have many jobs without wealth. Huwezi kuwa na ajira ya kutosha bila kujenga utajiri wa serikali, wa binafsi, wa familia, wa company. Kujidanganya huko kuache. Mwache kujidanganya. Muleme okwelimba. Tusobola kubera n'emirimo awatali bugaga. Then brick number 5 were services. Service delivery. The government must provide some services like security, like health, like justice. Those are done, education, those are done by the government, and the government has done it. Then number 6, market, soko. Tukizalisha mali, sisi wazalishaji mali, nani atanunua bidhaa zetu kwa wingi? If we create wealth and produce products, who will buy our products? So that's why the NRM, from the beginning, with our elders, Mwalimu, Nyerere, Kaunda, all of them were clear. you cannot talk of development without market. We must unite East Africa, unite Africa, so that we have a market that can absorb the products that we produce. The United States is a powerful country because they have got their parents created a big market for them. If I was in the USA, I would be a billionaire by now, because the market is there. You produce something in New York, it can be sold all the way to California. But here in Africa, the market was fragmented. But thanks to our partners in East Africa, we have united the East African market. All these leaders you see here, many of them are members of East African Community, of COMESA, of the African Union, the CFTA. So the market is now there. Then in the case of East Africa, we are talking of the political federation also, which will deal with the issues of security. Now, the NRM has been telling you that out of the 7 bricks, NRM has put peace is now there, infrastructure is there, the service delivery of health care and schools is there, the market of East Africa is there, the market of Africa is there, we can also access the international market. So the problem is you now to do your part. And your part is in 2 areas. Wealth creation. Be part of wealth creation. Tuzira bugaga, nze neerira bugaga. Nze njagala bwavu. Tombula ebyobugaga. Be part of wealth creation. And once you create wealth, you should also create jobs. Now, during the campaign, I showed you examples here. Let's see them, some of them again, a few of them. Basangwa.
Nze Basangwa Johnson, Managing Director wa Jaka Poultry Farm. Jaka Poultry Farm yaganibwa Bukwenge, Kamuli Municipality, Kamuli District. In 2007 twatandika obulunzi nga tutandikira mu Kamuli County Council by then mu plot yali 50 feet by 100 feet. There's a foot ya 5 ku 10 eda itaka. Tutandika tutya twali nga tulina ebyobufuzi wano mu Kamuli nga waliwo ensonga nga chairman wero C5 omugenzi kawugaba mwidukira Katonda mu ekyumulo eky'emirembe nga bamutoyiremu abantu bangi abatamu application nga bali kwenda okufuuka ba chairman ba 5. Aye president yaida yatunungamya yakuba tubana abantu mwena mwena tumusobola kuba ba chairman ba 5. Aye abantu mujje mukola emirimu egingi ng'okulunda yayogera kulunda embidi okulunda enkoko byonna yabyogerako. Nze napikinga mu kyokulunda enkoko n'atandika efaamu mu 2007 n'enkoko 5. Sawa dino wendogerera ku faamu kuno tize mabega ntambwire. President yaida yankyalira mu 2010 nga nina enkoko 5,000 yasanuka ino. Sawa dino ntambwire tulina enkoko mitwalo 20 tufulumya amagi etula 2,000 buli lunaku. Etula 2,000 livaamu miliyoni 2 buli lunaku. Omwezi liba miliyoni 6. Omwaka tuba tuli mu biliyoni ze 6 n'ekitundu etuba tukolaki kuyingiza. So tuwuliriza omulamwa gwa president okuva ku kiseera ekyo kakati katukigiireko. President abaire musanyufu ino ku bintu byenkoze era nga buli kaseera nkyekingako. Wendogera kati tulina abakozi 300 betukozesa.
Now you remember I was giving you the example of Basangwa. In 2007, I found them fighting for the position of district chairperson, political position. There were many of them. I advised them, why do you all fight for politics? Why don't you look at wealth creation? And I told them what to do, which we have been telling you from 1996. The 7 activities that you can do on a small scale in agriculture and you get out of poverty. Basangwa listened to my advice, and he had a small plot of 20 feet, is it 50 feet by 100, I think. He started rearing chicken for eggs. So he's now a rich man, getting more than 7 billion shillings a year now. But not only is he a rich man now, but he's now employing 300 people. So a poor man who had no wealth, who had no job, now is a rich man, but also has created jobs for 300 other Ugandans, those ones you see there. Then we go to Joseph Ijara of Serere.
Hello, my name is Joseph Ijala. I am the proprietor of Taifa Farm, which is located in Serere in a place called Kakusi, where we are. And in Taifa we have dairy, poultry, and we also make laundry bar soap. But we also have the value addition aspect of the farm, where we produce yogurt and pack it, tin it for the market. This project started 11 years ago after an inspiration from His Excellency, the President of Uganda, when he had come here and he was teaching people about the 4-acre model. He was having a rally in Soroti, and that time I was working as a taxi driver. So he was doing that Massa business in Soroti. So when I heard this, when I heard he was around, I crossed to go and listen to his story. And he was talking about a 4-acre model, how to improve household income. So when I came back, I was fired because I delayed there at the and the guy said, you go and eat those words that you had. But I had already this land, 2.5 acres. But I also had local chicken here. But after hearing that, I got inspired to put more effort on raising this chicken. So I raised the chicken to the tune of about 100 of them. Then I got a small incubator. That was about 4 eggs. So I used that incubator for multiplying my local chicken farm. Eventually I was having 1,500 local chicken around. I was very famous for local chicken. So, but then local chicken were not answering my day-to-day needs, so I decided to translate it to layers.
In Taifa Farm, we have 10,000 layers, which give me about 310 trays per day, and each tray goes at a price of 10,500. So approximately 3 million, about 3 million shillings a day from the eggs that we get.
Now that is Joseph Ijala of Serere, who was wasting time as a taxi driver getting little money. So when he heard my speech, he had 2.5 acres back home. He went back and started rearing chicken for layers, for eggs, and dairy. Now he's getting a lot of money. He was saying that is getting 3 million shillings per day from the eggs alone. But when I went back in the campaign, he's now getting more than 6 million shillings per day, that Ijara. Now, there is Nyakana. Let's see Nyakana now.
My name is Nyakana Richard from Rwengaju. This village is called Rwengaju village in Karabarole, Potpoto City. And where we are here is my home and it's my farm. The biggest landlord in this village of Rwengaju is having 7 acres. People are surviving on quarter an acre, half an acre. 80% of the population here, they are on half an acre, they are on quarter an acre. This farm and this home is seated on 1.25 acres. It is surveyed land. And 1 acre of land here, where we are here, is costing 80 million Uganda shillings. It is very expensive to buy land. Our farm is called Kana Farm. It is having 4 economic activities. Number 1, we are in zero grazing of dairy cows. Number 2, we are in poultry, majorly for layer birds. Number 3, we are in feed processing for livestock. And number 4, manure production.
The screen is disturbing us.
With the poultry, we have 8,500.
But Nyakana is using 1.3 acres. He earns net more than 240 million shillings a year and is employing 15 people. Now, this is in 1.3 acres. Uganda has got 40 million acres of good arable land. If only 7 million acres were used the way Nyakana has done it here, just 7 million of the 40 million would create 105 million jobs, more jobs than the whole population of Uganda. I have reminded you that Uganda has got 40 million acres of very good arable land. If only 7 million of those acres were used the Nyakana way, would create 105 million jobs in small-scale commercial agriculture alone of the 4 acres model or less, and the 7 economic activities. This is before you talk of the big-scale commercial agriculture, such as Madvani, who employs 14,000 people at Kachira, before you talk of the manufacturers that are now employing 1.5 million people. Now, you can say, you Museveni, you are always talking of small people, of 4 acres and less. The Basangwas, the Ijaras, the Nyakanas. Oh no, you are mistaken. I support the big ones also. Let's see Madvani. Show us Madvani, if you man, if you are not asleep. The one of the screen. You want the big ones? There they are. The big ones are there. But we struggle with the smaller ones because they are the ones who don't know what to do. The big ones, most of the time, know what to do. Or before you talk of the services such as hotels, like Sheraton, which employs 400 people, let's see the employees of Kachira, the employees, the workers there, let's see. They are employing 14,000 people in Kachira. Let's look at Sheraton. Sheraton is employing how many people? Sheraton, if you have it. Sheraton is employing 400 people. Let's look at Mbare. Those are employees of Sheraton. See how smart they are. Let's look at Mbare Industrial Park. Mbare Industrial Park. Freeze it. Go back a bit. Freeze there. You can see how many young people are employing in that industrial park. It has got now, when I was last there, it had like 80 factories, and it was employing 20,000 people. This is just one of them. So, the message of the NRM is 2 words: wealth, obugaga, utajiri is the one which produces jobs. Ajira, I think in Swahili they call it ajira. Emirimo, jivambugaga. The four sectors, commercial agriculture, manufacturing, service and ICT, for now have both low and high-skilled jobs. So don't say you Museveni, you are talking of only low-skilled jobs. Yes, the Nyakana jobs, the ones of Basangwa, those are low skills. But let me show you the high-skilled jobs. Chira, show them Chira Motors. Chira Motors. And the Karuma. Now all those are skilled workers. Let's see the ones of Chira. Obadechi. Alambaire. Kulambara. Yebase. Balambara ira. Now those are all high-skilled workers. Let's see what they are producing. Show us the buses. When they get out of sleep, they will show us. Let's continue. So, those are the buses now, produced by your own people from zero. Totally designed and produced by. There is crying about petrol in the world. For us, we shall go electric. If the petrol disappears, we have got electric buses here. We have no problem. So, the challenge of the NRM is that there is peace, there is infrastructure, there is services in schools and health centers, there is market of Africa, but you must be engaged in wealth creation. As an individual, as a family, or a company. And then the wealth you create will produce jobs. And in the case of Uganda, we have got the 4 sectors: commercial agriculture, big or small, manufacturing, services like hotels, and ICT. The 4 sectors, commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, and ICT, for now have both low and high-skilled jobs. In 2013, only 32% of the homesteads in Uganda were in the money economy. At independence in 1963, only 9.4% were in the money economy. On account of the work of Operation Wealth Creation and PDM, the homesteads in the money economy are now 67%. The other 33% are still outside, but must also join the money economy. When all the families in Uganda join the money economy in the 4 sectors, there will be so many jobs that all our nearly 2 million refugees from the brother countries of Africa that are here will get jobs, and we will have to import other workers from the brother African countries. With more value addition for our agricultural raw materials, our mineral raw materials, our forest raw materials, plus our knowledge economy of automobiles, vaccines, pharmaceuticals, and electronics, there will be more people in manufacturing, services, and ICT than in agriculture. This is where we need to retune our educational system to concentrate on imparting skills to learners that are needed in the labor market, and scale down on random education, or be clear to the learners and parents that certain courses are just for interest and may not create jobs for the wielders of these skills. In Uganda here, we are always talking about the importance of value addition that I've just mentioned here. With the presence of so many African brothers and sisters and friends from outside Africa, I cannot fail to point out the strategic mistakes many of the African ruling elites have been making for the last 70 years, ever since the independence of Sudan, Khartoum, in 1955. This is the mistake of exporting unprocessed or semi-processed raw materials of minerals, agricultural products, etc., to foreign countries. This is a strategic blunder. Let us take gold as an example. If you export a kilogram of unprocessed gold, 84% pure, recently you have been getting US dollars 60,000. If the gold is processed to 99.9% purity, you get US dollars 168,000. Look at the difference in value. However, you do not only donate money to the outsiders per kilogram of gold, per kilogram of coffee, you also donate jobs. All those refining jobs go to the outsiders. That is not all. At 84% pure, that gold cannot be used as bullion, as currency, nor can it be used as an input in other industries, such as jewelry, electronics, aerospace, etc. That is one of the reasons Africa's economy has remained stunted 70 years after the African countries started regaining their freedom. Africa is 4 times the land area of the USA and 12 times the land area of India, with a present population of 1.5 billion people that will be 2.5 billion in the next 30 years. Yet our total GDP is only US dollars 3.6 trillion, while that of the USA is US dollars 32 trillion, China 20.65 trillion, India USD 4.18 trillion. This hemorrhage must stop. That is where here in Uganda we banned the export of unprocessed minerals and try to get people to address value addition here for all the other raw materials that make profits. In the African economies, we must ensure both vertical and horizontal integration. Africa's GDP should at least be 60 trillion US dollars, if not more. Our friends from outside of Africa should also help us to achieve this. If they see far, they will see that this is also in their own interest. If you are a clever capitalist, why would you want to do business with a poor man with a small purchasing power? I regard myself as a clever capitalist. I produce milk. I want many Ugandans and many Africans to buy my milk. However, they cannot buy my milk unless they have money in their pockets. Luckily, I am both a clever capitalist and also a Christian, as well as a patriot. And I therefore love God with all my heart, and I love my neighbor as I love myself. I'm therefore working feverishly to put money in the hands of Ugandans for them to get out of poverty, improve their purchasing power, and also improve their milk consumption per capita from the present 60 liters to 210 liters recommended by WHO for the sake of the calcium of their teeth and their bones. I also pray the same happens in the whole of Africa and the world. The phenomenon of Uganda having more jobs than local labor force is not new. The small enclave economy of the British Times, the economy of the 3 C's and 3 T's, could not get enough workers locally, although it was only covering 9.4% of the homesteads. That is how our brothers from Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania came. You listen to our message and wake up, kuzukuka, given our raw materials base of Uganda, the present population of Uganda of 48 million people will not be enough to manage a developed Uganda. In small-scale agriculture, in order to support PDM with zero grazing chicken, pigs, goats, turkeys, sheep, cattle. We must solve the problem of water up to the whole household level, or up to at least the village, where one can use a wheelbarrow to bring the water to zero grazing areas. The current woman MP for Ntungamo, the Honorable Josephine Kamateneti, has developed an interesting model that uses solar-powered water pumps and wells, Amaziba or Ruzi, in the areas of Uganda that have got Enshuro spring. She uses 8.1 million shillings for a village. The homesteads can then use wheelbarrows to bring the water to their homes. How can this model be adapted to the boreholes for the areas with no Enshuro? With fish farming, before I go to the fish farming, I wanted to show you Wagagai in Busia, the value addition to gold. If you have it, show it quickly. Now, freeze that one. Each one of those is fully refined gold in Busia. And each one is a kilo. And each one is now costing $168,000. If you sell and process gold, 84% pure, a kilo, you'll get only $60,000. So you see the wastage. Africans are really in trouble. How can you throw away your wealth like that? You are losing more than $100,000 in every kilo of gold. And then you say you will solve your problem. How will you solve the problem? With fish farming in the Miga edges of the wetlands, the government will help the communities with the earth-moving equipment to make the fish ponds, the solar-powered water pump, to pump water and aerate with oxygen and protect the fish against snakes. The issue of fish fries, nyanja, and fish feeds is also being addressed. The support for all the other sectors, artisanship, services, ICT, are contained in the government's Fourth National Development Plan, NDP4. No more excuses. These programs are not in other countries, they are here in Uganda, in every parish, every constituency, in UDB. If anybody is diverting the money, you, since 1986, are empowered to deal with him or her because of the democratic local councils, where you are the ones who elect the leaders. Join the parish savings circle and directly participate in the management of the savings circle. If the money is not enough, tell your MPs to work with me in Kampala to concentrate more money in PDM instead of Okumemerera, scattering the money in many other programs. Especially for agriculture, you need to protect our environment. You need our wetlands for both our rain and irrigation. We need our forests for the rain and protecting the catchment areas of the river systems, the Elgon, the Rwenzori, the Mabera systems, the Seziwa-Rwajari systems, the Mayanja-Kafurugogo systems, and River Kagera systems. All the rice growing and potato growing in the swamps must stop. And where the terrain allows, we replace rice growing with fish farming at the edge of the swamp, which is more profitable. Then the wetlands come back for irrigation, indigenous medicine, and rain formation. Then we come to the restoration of the natural forests, which guarantee for us the availability of the indigenous medicines, genetic materials, protecting the catchment areas and the rivers and rain formation. I thank the brother countries and sisters from Africa and friends from outside Africa that joined us today on this occasion. Kati lwekwaso zikomye, tetwagala lwekwaso. No more excuses. Everybody, wealth creation. Ate obugaga bwe buzaala emirimu. I thank everybody. I would now like to ask His Excellency Ndayishimiye,
I think we ignore that.
who is the head of the African Union,
That's right.
but also President of Burundi,
The Burundi president.
because he's the chairperson of the African Union, to come here and greet you on behalf of the visiting president. Thank you so much.
Uganda oye! Uganda oye! Your Excellency, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, Head of State and Government, distinguished guests, great people of Uganda, Wariyorcha, it is a profound honor and a singular joy for me to stand before you today alongside the distinguished guests gathered here on this great day in the history of the Republic of Uganda. Beyond the beginning of a new presidential mandate, your election, Your Excellency President Museveni, stands as a powerful affirmation of the enduring peace, stability, and institutional continuity that Uganda has cultivated over the years. Your Excellency, your renewed mandate comes at a defining moment for our beloved Africa continent. By inaugurating this new term under the theme Securing the Gains and Advancing Towards a Prosperous and Emerging Nation, you have once again demonstrated your steadfast patriotism, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to the progress of Africa as a whole. Your Excellency, we have followed with admiration the remarkable transformation Uganda has achieved under your stewardship. During the years of your leadership, your nation has undergone profound progress in the field of security, social cohesion, and economic development. Through sustained economic growth, strategic investment in infrastructure, and policies aimed at reducing poverty and improving livelihoods, Uganda has steadily positioned itself among the continent's most promising emerging economies. Your Excellency, at this occasion, I would like to pay special tribute to your invaluable contribution to the restoration and the consolidation of peace in Burundi. At a critical moment in our history, your leadership, wisdom, and personal commitment played a decisive role in supporting dialogue, reconciliation, and stability in my country. The people of Burundi will always remember with gratitude your tireless efforts in favor of peace, not only within our borders, but throughout the Great Lake region. Also, in our region, you are rightly regarded as an elder statesman, a wise and respected senior leader whose counsel continues to guide efforts toward peace, unity, and cooperation among our nations. That is why, on behalf of the people of Burundi and all those who have directly benefited from Uganda's progress and hospitality, I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Republic of Uganda and to you personally, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, as I conclude, I wish to warmly congratulate the people of Uganda for the confidence they have once again placed in His Excellency President Museveni. In doing so, you have reaffirmed your attachment to peace, stability, resilience, and wise leadership. It is my sincere hope that this new mandate will usher in even greater prosperity and opportunity to every Ugandan family. May your wisdom, dear brother President Museveni, continue to enlighten our continental dialogue, and may the bonds of fraternity and cooperation between Uganda and the nations of Africa grow ever stronger. May Almighty God bless our great Africa continent. May God bless Uganda and its courageous people. I thank you very much. Mwebale.
Abarundi barahari. Abarundi baravuga ki? Abarundi, there are many Burundis here. We are now entering Chisanja, no more sleep. And we are entering Chisanja, no more corruption. You heard the prayers. You heard the prayers of the bishop. That prayer of the bishop should be captured properly. Okusaba kwa bishop kukolomedde ababbi. No more corruption, no more sleep. NRM oye. NRM ebeo.
Your Excellency, I would like to thank you for the address to the nation and seek your guidance on how to proceed with the two entertainment items which are on our program. If it pleases you, Your Excellency, I now invite Legacy to make their presentation in less than 5 minutes. And as they are coming, I request all of you to join me again in thanking His Excellency the President for that comprehensive address to us. And very quickly, Your Excellency, also, I would like to mention that all the RDCs are here, the RCCs, the LOC5 chairmen, the NRM chairmen from all districts are here joining you in this momentous occasion. Legacy, you have the floor. Less than 5 minutes. Thank you very much for that performance, Legacy. May I now invite Uweso, and thank you for keeping time. Uweso, please come on the stage and entertain His Excellency the President, our newly inaugurated President, and our treasured guests here present. Your Excellency, Uweso is now coming on stage, also to use less than 5 minutes to entertain you and our guests.
The story starts. A child stood silent, tears in the heart, no food, no school, no song to sing. Till Mama Janet came with hope on wing. USA rose and stretched her hand, spread love and hope across the land. Mosai stood firm right by Mama's side, turned to hope and fear to pride.
Weso.
Thank you very much, Weso. Thank you very much for that thematic entertainment song. Your Excellencies, we are joined by Mr. Fadil El-Mehi, Special Envoy from Libya. Your Excellencies and visiting heads of state, let me now use this chance to thank you once again for your time and patience, and most important, the brotherliness between our country and your countries. Your Excellency and visiting heads of state and government, distinguished visitors, we have now come to the end of our proceedings this afternoon. We shall now have the anthems in reverse order. Band Commander.
Audio test 1 2, audio test 1 2.
Excellencies, let me request all of us to resume our seats and remain composed as His Excellency the President says farewell to his guest visiting heads of states, beginning with His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. And next will be the President of Somalia. Names. His Excellency the President of Burundi is departing, and next is His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. How about the third? The third. The name. His Excellency the President of Somalia is departing. After the President of Somalia, His Excellency Fure Esozima Ganazingbe, President of Togo, will depart. This car. After Togo.
President Museveni, the man of the hour, right there, seeing off many of his guests, and we have had a very large cast of visitors from across the world, Tracy.
Absolutely, Samson, that much awaited day, the 12th of May, finally here, and it is concluding right there. He has been sworn in, and he's now the President of the Republic of Uganda. Live pictures coming in of His Excellency seeing off, like I said, many dignitaries, and of course, quite the endorsement from the East African region, but also in terms of the global representation of governments. There you have it. And, well, certainly something that many Ugandans will be looking forward to is the commitment that has been made, even in his remarks, as at this very swearing-in.
Busy day for protocol team of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, given the number of dignitaries there. You see sitting presidents, past presidents in there, President Uhuru Kenyatta out there, President Jakaya Kikwete out there. So the protocol team from Foreign Service is working overtime today. The hosting, the dealing of protocol.
And you hope you get it right.
You have to get it right.
Especially because there are egos flying all over the place in terms of their own personal detail versus the protocol team over here. But certainly they did get it right. But let's also speak about the display of that military, the various, military capabilities from airborne to the motorized brigade, and a lot of things right there. Spectacular display, right?
Absolutely. And did you have any preferences? Is it the Sparrow formation? Was it the Sukhoi? The chap flying the Sukhoi did some show there. And the fact that we saw some very close shots, I mean, he came really, really low and did that job very well. Also the paratroopers, the landing was very good.
The landing was fantastic. They did get that right. But also you're looking at quite the display if you're talking about the motorized brigade, various capabilities. But also you have the anti-air, assortment right there. Looks quite well.
I don't know why you have a particular interest in the anti-aircraft guns. But as well, talking the term that we are getting out, the economy has managed to recover from the shocks of COVID-19, where we were at about 3.0 growth to about 7.5%. You've got to thank the Ministry of Finance for this. And also the economy expanded GDP from US $37 billion in 2021 to $68 billion in where we have finished off in 2028. Inflation, which had risen to 7.3% in 2022, has been arrested. The Minister of Finance says inflation in Uganda is under arrest, and the keys have since been dumped, and then the exchange rate has broadly remained very stable, and we are on recovery. And also domestic revenue collections have grown from 17.6 trillion to 32 trillion, which is even growing even more. But right now we do have a cast of broadcasters from across the country. Kololo is in there, Guru Benson Ongom is there, Sembabule Mwebali Nyo, Koboko Mwebali, Moroto Mwebali, and Kasese also. Richard Oyer, you are in Moroto, and Moroto has changed a lot. What is Moroto saying now that the pictures of swearing in have come out and people have seen their president swearing in?
Been a celebration also this ends of Moroto, and we saw NRM supporters, the youth, the women, the elderly, just marching across the town, and before they settled at night Kwai grounds where they started dancing to different songs, the traditional songs, just thanking God for this big day, because, you know, Karamoja again has always voted President Museveni highly, and this time around they gave him 92% if you do the average across the sub-region. So it's a thanks to them. It's a big day for them. They are thanking the president and the NRM government for standing with the region in terms of the road infrastructure. There's tarmac now reaching. You can drive from Kampala to Moroto on tarmac, but there's also industrialization, the cement factory, which has just been recently launched. But I can also tell you that there's a marble factory operating here in Moroto. So the people are happy for some of this, but the bigger deal for Karamoja sub-region is the conflict that has been dealt with quite well. The bandits that were shooting people here and stealing cattle have been dealt with, and so there's relative peace across the region. You can move from Nakapiripirit to Kabong, and you'll see no one trying to shoot you with a gun like it was happening back in the days. But also cross-border peace from Amuda district to Kenya, that's Western Pokot, but also when you come from this side of Moroto to Turukana, there's peace, there's relative peace. So the people are thankful for some of these gains that have been going in the region, but also the fact that when there is no peace, then you're not able to do any developmental activities. There's now business in Karamoja. So Samson, those are some of the reasons that's why Karamoja is celebrating today with the swearing in of the president. Back to you.
Richard Oyel out there in Moroto.
I am laughing because there is a picture of an elephant.
Yes.
And we've seen elephants all over the place.
Mm.
I mean, Kololo itself
As some elephants. Katugendeko ate musaza ya Ssaabasajja eri Buddu Sembabule. Sembabule tujja kujja ewammwe ye Sembabule. Naye sooka otulekemuko katini nnyo tumale ogenda ekkoboka eno ewali omusajja wa Kabaka. Kozi aba musajja wa Kabaka? Joseph Omagol, musajja wa Kabaka. Joseph, musajja wa Kabaka, tubuulira biri ekkoboko.
Eyanzisa Sebo Samson Kasumba. Here in Koboko, I am at Boma grounds, and starting off the day today, we had a procession through the streets which were colored yellow, and the people came and settled here at the Boma grounds, where they danced and also sat behind big screens to watch the proceedings from Kololo. But the major issue here is that these people in Koboko across the border in the DRC and also South Sudan, which are just one is 2 kilometers away, the other one is 20 kilometers away. And
I think one of the best, God has played in this. The skies are clean. We got very, very good weather the entire day. I think that went very well for us on the day. You could see Her Excellency Samia Suluhu. By the way, she has a very, very deep sense of fashion, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu there with her predecessor, one of her predecessors, not her predecessor, the predecessor before her predecessor, and that is His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete. Out there with the President of the Republic of Tanzania. Our connection with Tanzania is very, very strong. And and the president spoke about it, and you can tell she and her very senior brother, President Yoweri Museveni, are quite close. Uganda and Tanzania. You see that connection there. Her Excellency Samia Suluhu and Her Excellency Emeritus Specioza Wandera Kazibwe. That hug was big, meaning that those two must share. I think they share a very deep connection from way back, and her person there is the Prime Minister Rukia Nakadama, who speaks very fluent Swahili there. Let's get to Benson Ngom. Benson Ngom is in Gulu. Benson, karibu sana. Habari ya Gulu?
Well, very good afternoon, Samson Kasaba, coming to you live from the city center of Gulu as well, the celebration of the NRM supporters. Again, it's something to really celebrate. If you look back at the 20 years of this region as well, we've had a region which has had a couple of insecurities, we've had a region which has had a couple of issues in infrastructure as well. So when we stand here and the celebration that I've been able to see today, you really celebrate. I came here quite early, and what we've been able to see from the background that you see there, Samson, these are NRM people that were definitely organized by the party at the Secretariat, and they've been here celebrating their swearing in of the president, the person they elected. Samson, just to give you context, actually sub-region has never given President Museveni an average of 80% in the election, but this time the NRM government gave President Museveni 80% into the election that we saw in Gulu, specifically 79.6%. Has never happened. If you look back at the election of 2006, 2011, the president has been averagely below 50%. Again, people are saying he brought for us peace. People are saying he brought for us infrastructure. Something we have driven in the city of Gulu before, and if you look at the kind of infrastructure we have through youth-made funding from government loan, you'll see the kind of infrastructure that this place has. Again, if you come to Gulu and you move places away from the city as well, the road that takes you to Arua, purely tarmac, the road that takes you to the border of Lagos, purely tarmac, the road that takes you to Kidum, purely tarmac. So these people that you see in front of you are celebrating that gain and protecting that gain as well. We continue to tell the stories of, again, this celebration, but some of the things that their wishes are for, again, PDM belongs here. What has been the impact? There have been variations of explanation of the impact of PDM, and people are saying, can the president boost it a bit higher? Again, on the issues of compensation, we know this was a promise during the presidential campaigns. People are saying, can we now start seeing the money in our bank account, which has not been able to come? The question of Balalo. But the most important thing is people are saying, can the president now in the next 5 years turn Gulu Regional Referral Hospital into a national referral hospital? Again, turn Kidum Hospital into a regional referral hospital. I think these are some of the wishes that we see, but they continue to give you a 360 coverage. There's been a massive celebration here. Something, if you know, a famous song done by one of actually artists, Call Your Name. This is one of the most famous songs that has been sung here the whole day that we've been here. We continue to give you a watch with our camera, giving you a 360 coverage of the NRM celebration by President Museveni swearing in as they happen in Kolo. Back to you, Samson.
Benson Ngom there out in Benson Ngom in Gulu. Thank you very much, Benson Ngom. And you can see the party is just beginning. People are coming out of their gardens to join that party that will go very much into the evening. It's a party mood all around the day.
You know how it is. The after party is the after party. So, I mean, the swearing in is done. Like you said, that part is done. And now we cross over into the celebrations. But last picture's right there.
That picture.
Absolutely.
That picture is trending on the internet.
That is the Chief of Defense Forces, first and foremost, trending, especially because we rarely see him in that kind of uniform.
Yeah.
But it is a uniform that most of the senior men and women of the UPDF particularly are wearing today. And definitely, it's a change from what many Ugandans are used to seeing. But that is the Chief of Defense Forces right there, General Mhozi Kainerugaba. a salute. Also, he did play a very significant role in handing over the instruments of power, particularly the one for defending the nation, which is the shield in this particular case and the sword that we did see right there. But the tall man that they kept talking about.
President Yoram said, our son. Their son, I'm not involved, their son. And pictures continue to come into Kororo, and their son has been escorted by one of his parents. Minister for Security, Jim Mwezi, is the one escorting the president of Mozambique. I think it must have been very tall there. Anybody who towers over General Muhoozi must definitely be tall. But I think we could have brought in Ann Kasuja there to get, who is the one who gets to those levels.
Close to that conversation.
And who is now leaving, another head of delegation there is leaving. I'm trying to see which flag that was.
That should be Ethiopia, I think. Also leaving pretty soon.
Absolutely.
We will be having, yes.
That's Angola, I think. Is that Angola?
That should not be
Ethiopia.
Angola. Ethiopia,
it is Ethiopia, yes.
is certainly leaving.
Your eyes are better than mine.
Oh,
yes.
well.
That is Ethiopia.
I ate my carrots, I did.
Yes.
But many dignitaries, again, leaving the venue right there. It is the culmination of what started way back, of course, the campaign trails. And, of course, we also did have the drone show that happened yesterday. And what you see, the live pictures.
He got the loudest cheer of the day.
The people really are, especially Ugandans do like Kenya.
We like happy people, and he is a very happy person.
His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta.
Let's find out from Kasese, Fahad Masereka, for us in Kasese, how Kasese has gone about this business of the swearing in. Fahad, are you there as we look at pictures of our person? His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, and that is Mr. Minister Okello Oryem, who is on a very serious duty today as his boss, as his of guest. I think it might be the turn of President Emeritus Uhuru Kenyatta also to leave the swearing-in grounds. He's gone to say hello to one.
He got the dress code right.
Yeah, he definitely. He must have phone called Lady Aisha there on serious duty. She is a protocol person and knows her way around protocol in State House. My understanding of things is that is Fahad, Fahad, are you there? Oh, we continue to see pictures of coming out of Kororo of departure there. The ministers you see lining up are on duty to see off guests, and that is how that is managed. I think perhaps President Uhuru Kenyatta still wants some time in Uganda. He likes it here. He definitely does like it.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs working overtime, especially on days such as this one. Quite the hearty laugh right there.
He's a very, if there's anybody I would like to spend a weekend with, it would have been President Uhuru Kenyatta. He and I would get along very well. Throw in a Gaetano there and we are good.
President William Samoei Ruto could not make it to this
He has a huge
one.
Conference summit, I think it is.
But clearly, the people of Kenya really well represented there with the President Emeritus, many others leaving the venue right there. Of course, many people around the country celebrating this particular day. Speaking about a party that did get a 71.65%. We also did see the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Absolutely.
President Norbert Mao. We did see members of the party. Of course, the conversations around the opposition and their attendance of these, many were asking. The president did also mention and recognize the parties that did take part in the general elections right there. But you're also seeing Nigeria's President Emeritus as well.
Yeah, Olusegun Obasanjo, he's also definitely around in and about waiting for his motorcade to leave. And they file out in the order in which so one leaves and then another leaves. And that is the holding place President Uhuru Kenyatta making himself very, very comfortable. And he seems to have, he's such a lovely chap, and I think he has such a good spirit. And that's why you see many people. I think he had the warmest interaction with a lot of people trying to get, he knows how to balance formality with coolness and vibe, if I may put it that way. Fahad Masereka, are you there to give us let us in on what is happening in Kasese? Who else do you see out there in the VIP tent? And some of the moments of the swearing in that caught your attention?
Quite a lot did catch my attention. You speak about also the military parade in itself. The color party right there was quite colorful. You know, there's a lot of tradition that comes with ceremonies such as this. And if you're a traditionalist, well, you pay attention to detail such as this. For example, how they're handled, who handles it. It's, for example, you know, the high rank and file. If you're looking at who holds the color parties at the rank of major, deputized by captains in that order. And for me, it just tells you just how sovereign some of these instruments you perhaps think are just for. That is not the case. You also did see how they were, you know, taken off the venue, the permission to take these color parties off. But you also did see the salutation of, you know, the before and the after. You know, we are taking down that flag, and you're also now signaling the now new government in place. Quite a lot of very significant moments at the swearing in.
Big day for Brigadier General JB. I think he's done very well, has definitely passed the test. So what waits to be seen is how far rank he goes up. Because normally when you have such a big day, you can almost be certain, if you've gone through your courses, that you might go a rank higher than that. So congratulations to Brigadier General JB on that.
Did you hold your breath during the aircraft display?
Yeah, you have to hold your breath.
You have to have everything, right?
Yeah. You are talking machines and technology.
This is not the day to have any guesswork right there, but they did a fantastic job with the display up there in the skies, having fun while at it with the different formations.
And I did see Colonel Chris Magezi breathe a sigh of relief when that bit was done, because there's a lot you can control and a lot that you definitely cannot control. But we now do know that Fahad Masereka is for us out there in Kasese. As we see pictures of Kororo, we're also looking at Fahad Masereka in Kasese. Fahad, let us in on, I think it's brilliant skies. I don't know if you can see on your screen. Look at the sky in Kasese, look at the sky in Zimbabwe, and the sky in Tungamo, and the sky in Kampala. I mean, God has just decided that this is the best weather we can have. Fahad.
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Samson and Tracy in the studios. Well, it is a very good afternoon. As you can see in my background, the skies, like you have talked about them, the sun is too bright here in Kasese. But speaking about the swearing in of the president, it was a joyous swearing in for the people here in Kasese. It started with a procession for those that managed to actually attend these celebrations. The people moved around Kasese town in Kasese municipality here, and then they rejoined at the ground here in Kasese municipality, and so they had a very joyous celebration. But then they thanked the president, of course, for what the president has done for them and the NRM government, especially with the security that the people have already had for a very long time since the president came to the this particular position of the president. We had insurgencies here in Kasese way back, but then after his coming, this has been settled. But then, as you can also see in my background, the roads have been worked on. As you can see there, we have very beautiful roads. I think we are the best city, and we are the best town in the entire country with the best roads in this particular country. But then that has never been enough. the people still think that a lot needs to be done. For instance, in terms of development, they still need more roads, perhaps in the mountains there, but also there is need for PDM funds to be increased from 1 million to 2 million, and I think that the president will be working on. There's also the issue of Klembe mines, KCCL, and other factories that have been lying idle for a very long time. And I think that has been it from Kasese here. Let me get back to you at the Political Command Center.
Thank you very much, Fahad Masereka in Kasese. Teka tulabe ebiri Sembabule. Kyekiri Sembabule.
Nanzanya Samson njaga kutegeeza nti mukadde kaneeno ndi wanene okutebesha eggombola ey'Emabindo era nga wano woolaba we wabadde ebikujjuko by'ekibiina ki NRM wanene Sembabule nga bajagulizawo Pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni okubeera nga ate olunaku olwaliro asobodde okuba ebirayiro bye eby'omulundi ogw'omusanvu okuba nga ate atwala eggwanga lino omwaka guno 2026 paka 2031. Njaga kugamba nno disitulikiti eno y'e yamu ku disitulikiti ezimanyiddwa nnyo ng'ezisinga okuwagira ekibiina ki NRM era nga bwe tulya mu kulonda okwa 2026 Pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni yasobola okubeera nga ate awangula mu disitulikiti eno n'ebitundu 63 bonna bogeraganya ne mukonda kwa 2021 yasobola okubeera nga ate afuna ebitundu 53.6 ku buli 100. Bingi gavumenti ya NRM byasobodde okubeera nga ekoleze mu disitulikiti eno y'e Sembabule era nga enguudo eziwerako ddala zisobodde okubeera nga zikolebwa nga kuzina tuyinza okulaba oluguudo olwa Mpigi Kanoli Maddu Sembabule Villa Maria ngate n'akasenyi oba n'omugga Katonga ogata disitulikiti y'e Sembabule ku Gomba nagwo gwasobola okubeera nga ate gutereezebwa bulungi nga bateekawo olutindo era nga bannasembabule ne bannagomba ebyamaguzi basobola ddala okubeera nga ate babisomosa okugenda mu disitulikiti amalala agabayiraanye. Tulaba oluguudo olulala olwakakolebwa lwe luguudo oluva ate oluguudo oluli mu kukolebwa lwe luguudo oluva e Sembabule okudda e Mubende nga nawo omusaakya eno gavumenti ya NRM erikubeera nga ate erukoera nga lutereddwako
tweyanze ng'ebyo bwe biti eby'e Sembabule bwe bifaanaganye essaawa egi ne tuzantungamu.
We are heading to Ntungamo and join Bridget in Cementa, but of course live pictures showing the president leaving the Kololo ceremonial grounds where the swearing-in ceremony was having. But let's head to Ntungamo for the latest. Well, there you have it, Bridget in Cementa. It's concluded right here at Kololo. What is the next step for the people of Ntungamo? Are they done? Are they started?
Yeah, much thanks. Well, here in Ntungamo, the dancing is completed already because they danced since morning until the hour of 1. They have been dancing at the NRM offices and they had a successful and a powerful march here within town. They had a procession directly passing through the streets of Ntungamo municipality, starting from the NRM party offices here in Ntungamo municipality and crossing over and also mobilizing some of the people to come join them. It was really amazing to see the party leaders as well as the supporters come together and the district authorities come together as they danced off to the praises of President Yoweri Museveni through songs, dance, as well as the rides that were just around here in town. They crossed the town just praising the president for what he has done, but also with those praises coming on and on, we saw them, especially the leaders, highlighting some of the issues that are in need, the issues that are pressing that they would like to be worked on for these 5 years, and that includes increasing more road units for the district, because, for example, in Ntungamo municipality, they receive 1 billion shillings for the road fund, as well as the district that has over 1,033 villages also receiving the same amount of money. So they were saying they need more funding for that, and also more funding for PDM, as well as more coffee seedlings. That is what happened here. We shall be bringing you more of the celebrations as in our other bulletins. That is it for now.
Thank you very much. That is Bridget out there in Ntungamo. Do you know where Ntungamo is?
I do, absolutely.
The reason I ask is a broadcaster went to interview President Yoweri Museveni, and President Yoweri Museveni told the broadcaster, there is a place in Kampala, in Uganda called Mbara. You know where it is?
I do.
And I was like, Mulina. And this person had a Western name. President Yoweri Museveni is very humorous. The gentleman there who has taken oath for his 7th time. I wouldn't debate an 8th swearing in for the same gentleman.
Wow.
I would never debate against it.
Time. Will certainly, get us a true sense of what that will look like. But for now, what many Ugandans will be looking forward to is the 7th term and what it will entail. It's 5 years.
I will ask 2 questions. Number 1, will I be here with you for 2031 swearing in?
Absolutely.
You'll be here. I'll also be here. And I can tell you, I plan to be here until I am at least 71. So there are still more swearing in for me. And it's been a pleasure having you for company. And I hope you have enjoyed the broadcast here. We thank our teams in the field, Colonel Mugume, Shira Tusime, Shamim Nabakoza, and all the other teams in the field, and people in the controls here, and the executive producer, Mr. Kin Karisa, and everybody who has, and more importantly, you are viewers who have been in this. So what now remains is the opportunities that have been spoken about in that speech by the president, you to tap into them and getting into the money economy, and then getting rich, and then becoming a productive client. And I now can break the news that Tracy has decided she's taking me out for my birthday lunch.
It is very interesting right there. But I want to certainly, of course, thank each and everyone. That, you know where we started from with the election 360. We've come this far with the swearing in of the president. Just to let you know that the broadcast of the swearing in also will continue for members of parliament.
Absolutely.
So if you are thinking of changing channels, well, don't do that. Also, if you haven't downloaded AfroMobile, then you should already be downloading it so that tomorrow and throughout the week, you don't miss any of the live broadcasts that we'll be having.
Okay, from me and Tracy here, who is taking me out for my birthday lunch, it's bye-bye and see you soon.
Congratulations! The Ministers of Water and Environment, the Permanent Secretary and staff of Ministry of Water and Environment congratulate His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni upon swearing in as the President of the Republic of Uganda. The ministry reaffirms its commitment to serve the country through